that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, hey. Howdy. Hi there. Hey, what's up? My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Welcome, welcome. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hugs, everybody.
Mary Santora is out. She's in Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Doing gigs.
Yep.
Comedian Chris Redd is going to join us later on. Finally going to get to meet him. I've had him booked a handful of times over the years, but something always happens.
Mm-hmm. He's a busy boy.
He's very busy. So he'll be in a little bit later on today. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities. He's a funny dude, talented guy. If you want to join us, please do. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to send me a text? Best way to do it. Well, that's the only way to do it. There aren't multiple text lines. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages there. A lot of people prefer to do it that way. As a direct line to, it's a direct line to something. And I'm mourning today. I'm in a bit of mourning.
Oh.
Because of my mourning. I'm MOURNING. Because of my MORNING. Day didn't start off well for me, you know? Got up, worked out, the normal thing. The early part of my morning
Business as usual.
was business as usual. It was as written. It was when I left for work that things started to take a turn.
Were people talking about you in front of you and like whispering and excluding you, like having to marry the other day?
Staring me right in the eye as
Yeah.
they did it. No, it's nothing like that. It was just kind of a series of events that, I don't know, you know, this dude cut me off, which no big deal. But in doing so, almost, this was in a residential area, so I wasn't far from my house. He just pulled way out, and in doing so, like almost hit this kid who was on his bike.
Ooh.
And then as I'm on the expressway there on my way into work, there's this dude a couple of car lengths behind, but I can see he's really flying up. And he's kind of braking, and he's trying to figure out which lane to get in. And, you know, there's a whole bunch of cars around me or whatever. So you can see that he's looking for a lane that he can just start flying through, but there isn't one available. So he kind of comes up alongside and then backs off. And he's in like a convertible Beamer or something. And so this guy is causing problems in the immediate vicinity of my car and other people that are near me. But okay, whatever. I mean, you know, everybody who's driving, they've got some issues. You keep your eyes open, keep your head on a swivel, and then I come downtown and I get into work and I park and I come in and I have a couple of things that I have with me in the morning that I need to put into the refrigerator. And my cherished Yeti tumbler.
Oh,
my big
no.
my big black Yeti tumbler. I've got I carry it in my backpack when I come in, and I was in the kitchen putting some other things into the refrigerator, and I had laid my backpack down, and the Yeti tumbler is in a side pocket. And when I went to grab my backpack and bring it into here, it just fell out. the Yeti tumbler fell out. The lid was on and everything, but it landed right on the lid, shattered the whole top of the thing off, and everything comes pouring out onto the floor of the kitchen. I'm like, mother lover. Like, how in a million years I couldn't have planned to do that, right? Those Yetis are pretty tough. You can take them, even the thick plastic ones, you can take them and throw them on the ground, and maybe they'll get slightly dinged up. This thing fell right off the counter there in the kitchen, shattered on the floor, and not salvageable. It just broke. It broke the twist cap off with the top and the whole thing. But it's spilling all over the floor. Now, it's a Friday, so nobody's here. Like, you know, Keith Hotchkiss is in his office right outside the kitchen. So there's a couple of people here. So it's not like it was the end of the world. But that was not how I wanted to start my day, with being on crouched down, just unraveling a giant roll of paper towel, sopping up what was going to be a delicious morning drink for me. It was nice and cold. I had put ice in it. Oh, my goodness. First world problems, to be sure, but that was not the way that I wanted to start my morning.
That's a bummer.
Because
those are built to withstand things like that. So for the top to shatter like that, that's really random.
Yeah. Because it has like a cap that you screw on.
Can you get a replacement cap, or do you have to get a whole new Yeti?
You got to get a whole new thing. I just threw it right in the garbage when I was. I poured the rest of it out because there was a couple of cubes of ice, and then the rest of the water was just water.
Yeah.
The rest of the water, I poured what didn't spill out, which was maybe 5% was left. Poured that into the sink, and then I got to work sopping this up off of the floor right next to it. But our buddy Jeremiah next door at Kiss FM, he had posted a video a couple days ago that I had just happened to see, where he was extolling the virtues of the Oala water bottle.
What is this one?
Well, I wasn't.
I saw this too, but I still don't know what it is.
I wasn't familiar with the Oalas. I guess he was doing a video on his show about how they're far superior to the Stanleys that were all the rage, right? So I don't know that I had seen an Oala. And I was like, well, I saw this video a couple of days ago. I said, well, that's all well and good, but I've already got my trusty tumbler.
Well, now
I don't.
Now
so
you don't.
I took his advice. I mean, I guess it was kismet that I had seen that. I took his advice, and I ordered one on Amazon, and I should have it the next day or so. Now, I won't need it tomorrow because I'm not coming to work, but that was not the way that I wanted to begin my day. Was And I did that thing where you stand there for a second and
you're just like, what?
I go, what?
I did the same thing. So
assess the situation.
When I first moved in, I was painting, and I spilled blue paint all over my floor.
God.
And all over a rug. And I just like sat there for a second, and the girl I was dating at the time was like, well, stop it. And I was like, I know, but I just couldn't believe I did it. Like,
you kicked. How did that happen?
I don't even remember. But
you kicked the can of paint over, or
probably,
yeah,
something stupid like that. Something just idiotic.
Yeah,
ruined a rug. The floor cleaned up.
That's way worse than me dropping my water.
Yeah.
I blue paint. Holy cow.
Yeah,
that's not. We did some painting. Well, I shouldn't say we. Gwen did some painting a while back, and thank God she is so unbelievably precise and fastidious with that kind of stuff. But I know that if I had tried to help, I would have just stressed her out, and something would have gotten knocked. I would have knocked something over had I been part of that process. So she was doing that while I was at work. But we'll see how the new tumbler works, and see if Jeremiah knows what he's talking about. I have no reason to think that he doesn't, but I kind of went in blind. He doesn't even know that I didn't see him today, so he doesn't. He didn't even know that I've blindly taking his recommendation.
I had a water bottle like the Oala. I don't know if it was an official Oala, but it was good for a while. But then it broke, and
yeah, I think these are stainless steel, which I prefer the thick plastic ones, but in a pinch, I'll try this out and see. And again, big deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think you might be able to get them in plastic, but I opted for the stainless steel one just to see. Okay, so anyway, let's move on. I've got to take a break here. I'll have 4 passes for you if you want to see the Cleveland Orchestra out at Blossom. You know, they do scores of films. They show the film. They're doing Lord of the Rings. They're doing Raiders of the Lost Ark. Those are the tickets I'm going to have for you. That is the 29th and 30th of this month. I will have tickets for you for that first night. That's a couple of Saturdays from now. And I'll have another chance for you to get to Hawaii. We've got that big trip to give away, courtesy of Kona Brewing. We'll do that later on as well. Want to text for anything right now, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights on one stage.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and more.
Never seen before collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
Tickets go on sale Friday, June 14th.
But starting June 12th at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet?
Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
The Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event is going on now at Ken Gailey Kia. We've posted prices so you can see your savings immediately. Over 800 Kias on sale. Buy a Kia and save thousands with 0% financing for 60 months. Drive a 2024 Kia Telluride, $299 lease per month. Seltos, $139 lease per month. Forte, $89 lease per month. These are 24-month leases with $34.95 due at signing, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Got a trade? We want to pay it off, regardless of what you owe. Buy a Kia and save thousands with 0% financing for 60 months at Ken Gailey Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. KenGaileyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Gailey Kia.
0 APR, 1667 per thousand financed on a 24 EV6. Leases 20 cents per mile over 10K miles per year, plus tax, tag, title, and dock fee with KMF credit approval. Expires 7/8/24.
Tired of overpaying for wireless with Verizon? Now you can put T-Mobile to the test for free. T-Mobile's Network Pass lets you test drive America's largest 5G network for 3 months while you keep your current phone and carrier. Get real-time stats and see how T-Mobile's coverage stacks up against Verizon. Plus, families and small businesses can save up to 20% versus Verizon when they switch. At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose between a great network and a great price. You get both. See for yourself with our no-strings-attached 3-month free trial. Download the T-Mobile app to get started today or visit our store to learn more.
One trial per user. Compatible unlock 5G device required. Plan savings with T-Mobile third line free on Essentials or Go 5G Plus via monthly bill credits versus comparable available plans. Plan features and taxes and fees may vary. Credits stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Cleveland Clothing Company, the land's one-stop shop for all things Cleveland. Shop Cleveland tees, hoodies, accessories, and of course, the official MMS Buzzard gear at their 4 locations around town and online. Use the word Cardinal all month long for 20% off at checkout. Shop now at clevelandclothing.com, the brand of the land.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, McKinsey here for Ken Gailey, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Shop over 10,000 new and used vehicles online at KenGaileyAuto.com. Select your vehicle, arrange financing, value your trade-in, and get our lowest price. With 28 brands and 52 locations, we've got a vehicle for every budget. Get it all at KenGaileyAuto.com. Ken Gailey, we drive Ohio.
Hey, it's Alan. This weekend I'm going to be all over Portage Lakes because the Buzzard and Kona Big Wave want to send you to Hawaii. Saturday from 3 to 4 I'll be at the ramp, and then 4:30 to 5:30 down the street at the Sandbar, and then Sunday at Dano's Lakeside Pub from 2 to 4. All the details, hit up WMMS.com.
Jose
catch a Guardians game at Progressive Field this season. Tickets for all 2024 home games are on sale now at CLEGuardians.com.
We wear them on our sleeves. We pour them out. Hearts are important. And we at Cleveland Clinic put all of ours into your cardiovascular care. From life-saving procedures and research to preventative treatments that keep your heart in top shape. The future of heart care is right here in Ohio. For every test and transplant, for every heart, for every care in the world. Get the care you need when and where you need it. Cleveland Clinic.
From lifting sofas around tight corners to dropping boxes, things are guaranteed to go wrong during a move. But when you make the move to fast and reliable 5G home internet, we can guarantee your price for up to 3 years. Because your new digs deserve new decor, not surprise price hikes on your bill. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch to 5G home internet. It's the right move for your move. Price guarantee for 2 to 3 years depending on internet plan. For new Verizon home internet VHI households who have not subscribed to a VHI service within the last 90 days. Applies only to the then current base monthly rate, exclusive of any other setup and additional equipment charges, discounts, or promotions.
Dunkin' is dropping a new kind of energy. Introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. Available in 2 delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. Drop by or order ahead on the Dunkin' app today. Fruit flavored, contains 0% fruit juice, caffeine from caffeine and guarana. Participation may vary, limited time offer.
At K&G Fashion Superstore, we think dads deserve to look their best. This Father's Day, men's designer suits are buy one, get one free. Designer dress shirts are buy one, get one 50% off. And polos and shorts are buy one, get one 50% off. K&G offers the latest trends for the whole family for less. Choose from a wide selection of sizes, colors, and styles from top brands, including Calvin Klein, Stacey Adams, Joseph Abboud, Kenneth Cole, and more. Live your best dressed life with K&G.
Motorcycle, ATV, and side-by-side riders. This Friday and Saturday, June 7th and 8th is the massive tent sale event at Polaris Medina. New and used bikes and ATVs, parts and apparel, scratch and dent. This event has it all under one giant tent. Don't miss the Polaris Medina tent sale event Friday and Saturday at 10 a.m., rain or shine.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get Go Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorites, smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Road Hog rib sandwich are back. Download the Get Go app today to order and get free tots. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection with Downy Unstoppables in-wash scent beads.
You sailed beyond the horizon in search of an island scrubbed from every map. You battled krakens. You navigated through storms. Your spade struck the lid of a long-lost treasure chest, while you cooked up a lasagna. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover best-selling adventure stories on Audible.
Traffic. From the Elkin Elk Traffic Center, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Got a couple of accidents this afternoon. One of them's in Westlake, Center Ridge Road at Columbia. You also have a crash East 65th Street at Fleet. And road construction has 480 westbound reduced to 2 lanes between Northfield and Miles. That's through Monday, June 10th for bridge repairs. I'm Mike Ross in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Petiti Garden Center.
At Petiti.
Hi, I'm AJ Petiti. Shop Petiti Garden Centers now for buy one, get one free on annual flats and hanging baskets, plus buy one, get one half off on annual combo planters and outdoor ceramic pottery. Petiti's were locally grown and family owned.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Deep Cuts. Featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists like the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, The Who, The Stones, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Deep Cuts, and listen now.
iHeartRadio!
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Have you ever been impregnated with excitement? Well, it looks like you're showing. Welcome back to your new daddy, Alan Cox.
On WMMS.
Was it something I did in another life? I tried
keep reflexively reaching for my Yeti tumbler over here to have a sip. It's not there. It's like a phantom limb, Bill.
It's
I don't even realize that it's not there
standard
anymore.
to just go, okay, go to break, hydrate a little bit.
Yes.
It's routine.
Yeah.
And when it's not there, you don't have any water?
My Yeti tumbler is like the fifth Beatle.
Mm-hmm.
No, I've got a couple of beverages in the refrigerator. I just didn't have time to get it this break, but I've still got my salmon jerky.
There you go.
So
you got your salmon jerky.
Yeah, long as I got my
Yum,
salmon
yum, yum.
jerky, I'll be all right. Hey, the Guardians are in Miami to play the Marlins tonight. That is a 7:10 first pitch here on MMS. We roll out about 6:30. Where's the Friday? Maybe we'll roll out at, 5:15 or something. Oh, because we got the Bill Squire Friday Get Down later on.
We can
That's
do
why
that. We can do it early. We can do it whenever we want.
Well, I don't want to throw people off too much.
No, we throw them off just fine. It'll be just fine.
I have very specific ways in which I like to throw the audience off, and they might not be time sensitive. But anyway, 7 something is pregame, and then 7:35. Your first pitch tonight. That's a 3-game series, and then they'll come back up, play a couple of games against the Reds before they head to Toronto to play the Blue Jays. The Guardians will return to the friendly confines of Progressive Field on June the 18th. So they're gone for a bit. I'm going to be out Portage Lakes way tomorrow. Later in the show today will be the last chance for you to qualify here on the show this week for one of these trips to Hawaii. But all weekend long, I'm going to be out with Kona Brewing out that way. And that is you coming out and qualifying for these trips. So tomorrow, I got a couple of different spots, and then Sunday. So tomorrow, I'm going to be at the Ramp from 3 to 4. I'm going to be at the Sandbar from 4:30 to 5:30 because people have been asking, hey, I live out this way. Where are you going to be? That's where I'm going to be. And then Sunday, I'll be at Dano's from 2 to 4. But if you go to WMMS.com, it will give you all the details because I have a handful of these all through the month. Coming up the 15th, I'm going to be at Pix. Have you ever been to Pix?
I have not been to Pix.
And then we do the finals of this at the Upper Deck on the 29th. And then one person is going to end up spending 5 nights in Hawaii with someone of their choosing. That'd be great.
Oh, that's even better. You get to choose who you're going with.
Yes. So it could be a friend. It could be someone perhaps to whom you owe a favor. You know, they might have the opportunity to call that in.
Kona should have us broadcast there so we can document what a good time they have while they're
watch
there.
them have their vacation. Also, and I don't want to.
We'd be like, oh, what excursions did you do today? Did you go down the beach? You go see a volcano? What are you doing?
Yep.
That'd be great radio for all of us.
It might be
probably just me and you. I don't Mary can still broadcast from New York, and me and you
yeah,
can go
Mary's
to
been to Hawaii. I've never been.
Me either.
I think it would also be a great opportunity for somebody to really pull a baller move with someone that they haven't been dating very long. You know, like a grand gesture.
Mm-hmm.
If you think things are going well, but it hasn't been that long, you go, hey, listen, I just won this trip to Hawaii. I'd love to take you. And then you go, don't tell my husband. And, listen, people are living their lives out there. You can't tell people what to do. You can't tell people, quite frankly, you can't tell them anything anymore. I sure can't tell them what to. Yeah. Yep, nothing will quench your thirst like salmon jerky, somebody points out. I like it way more than I thought I would. I was trying it for something different, but I enjoy it quite a bit.
I don't think I've ever had salmon jerky.
Salmon smoked maple strip.
I mean, I like smoked salmon.
Yeah.
I'm very big fan of that, but I've never had it in jerky form.
Is
it dry?
Yeah. It's an epic. I've had the buffalo beef ones before, but I tried the salmon. And if that doesn't blow your skirt up, it's described as a ground and formed meat strip.
Yeah, I figured it was.
Yummy. Bon appetit. So, Alan, please ask Bill, if I win the Hawaii trip, would Bill like to go with me? Well, Bill's going to want to know if you're a male or a female first.
No, I'll go.
Unless you do a bros trip.
Listen, I'll go.
You'll
I'll
go. Yes.
Why not?
If you win that trip,
If I'm
Bill
gonna
will be your plus
If I'm
one.
getting a free trip to Hawaii, yeah, I'm going to go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, then fingers crossed.
Mm-hmm.
That could be you and this person.
I call Little Spoon.
I guess somebody has to call that first.
Mm-hmm.
Like shotgun.
I'm always the big spoon, so it would be nice to finally be the little spoon.
Mm-hmm. Black bears are on the rise in the state of Ohio. You people who live out in the sticks probably already know
Take
this.
that, Republicans.
Yeah. Ashtabula, Geauga, Trumbull counties,
I've
especially
seen
out
this,
there. Black bears are all over Ohio. The only bear species found in the state, the black bear populations, are growing. And, there are a lot of places in this country where certain species were eventually driven out, but little by little they come back. And they're coming in. I like to imagine how this works logistically, because the stories, as they're written, they go, well, there's a lot of black bears in Ohio, and they're mostly coming from Pennsylvania and West Virginia. And so I imagine bears hitchhiking. They've got
they got their banjos.
Yeah.
The
A
Country
tiny
Bear Jamboree.
suitcase.
We're
Yeah.
trying to make it to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Can you give us a lift?
Uh-huh. A tiny suitcase with stickers of all the cities they've been to on it.
Yeah, or one of them's got a bindle for sure.
Mm-hmm.
He's more carefree than the others.
Yep. Looking for picnic baskets all throughout the Buckeye State. So, black bears, again, this is not new information for those of you who live way out there. But, just keep your eyes open. Even in more densely populated areas, people are starting to notice. I hesitate to say wildlife encroaching because we're the ones who encroached. But they seem to be kind of reclaiming their time. A lot of deer, a lot of coyotes, a lot of, what else have I seen a lot of? I mean, out by where I live, my God, so many platypi.
Oh?
Platypuses? Is it platypuses?
I think it's
so many
platypuses,
platypuses. Yeah. Oof.
I think it can be either.
Okay. So they're seeing a lot of black bears in the state of Ohio, and especially up here in northeast Ohio. They're not federally endangered animals now, but I think the state of Ohio tells you can't kill them. I don't know if that's, people who hunt on a regular basis, if they hear that something is not federally endangered, they get a little moist in the shorts. So obviously, you'd want to check with your ODNR and your gaming commission type people, fish and wildlife, game and wildlife, whatever it is. And they have all these things. They're like, hey, because it doesn't just have to be out there in the middle of nowhere. You might be at the window washing some dishes in the kitchen, and you see a bear wander by. And I think by now most people know how to make sure that they don't get, bring the problem to their own door. You don't leave food outside. Yeah.
And if you see one, you don't try and pet it.
Right, because, they point out that they really don't want to have much to do with us. So it's very, very unlikely that a black bear would attack a person. Just give it a wide berth. You don't want kind of a DiCaprio Revenant situation. You don't want that.
Yeah. And they're not that
clear.
as big, so it's not going to be, it's not a grizzly like he was dealing with, but they could still mess a person up.
But I also wonder how many of these tips they give you actually work, or if they've just been said so long that people repeat them. They go, stand your ground, appear large.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to make yourself look bigger. Make a series of wild gestures and loud noises and things.
Loud noises!
To keep the bear away.
So a bear comes in, you're just like, looking him off and stuff. Just like, F you, bear.
Get the hell out of my face.
Do the Italian thing.
Hey, Mafangul! How do you like me now? So, yeah. Because I was reading about a woman in California who got mauled to death by a bear. This is a 71-year-old woman in California. And they found her dead in her home. She was living in the Sierra Nevadas. She's living in one of these mountain communities. And she was killed by a bear. They found her dead in her home. So I don't know if did the bear come in her house? Because they initially thought, well, she died before the bear came in. But then they did kind of a pathology report on her. They're like, no, she got killed by the bear. Could the bear have mistaken her for a salmon? Is there any chance that could have been a thing? I don't know.
Probably not.
Don't know. Small mountain town
Was she
near.
going upstream?
They didn't say that either. When they found her, she wasn't wet. That's probably all they know. Small mountain town near the Tahoe National Forest. And I always like when they find the bear, too. You know, that's wild to me. There's so many amazing things going on in the world that are worth investigating. And it's probably something really simple. I don't know. But if you go to a woman's house and she is dead and she's been mauled by a bear, then another group of people go, we got to find that bear. And how do you find the bear? You're near Tahoe National Forest. How do you find the bear? Here's what I think. They don't. They find a bear. But then you go, nope, because they want to make sure it's that one. So they DNA test the bear. They do. They DNA test the bear to see if that's...
episode of Maury?
Yes.
You
are not the mauler. But so they find the bear who is the mauler. You are the mauler. And they euthanize it. Which seems a little unfair.
Yeah, the bear because what bear does.
The bear is just out there doing whatever. And, you know, these mountain towns, you're going to have bears rummaging near your homes and looking for things. Now, the woman was wearing a hat made of peaches, which is really bad from a design standpoint, but really even worse of a decision in a community where bears are not uncommon. Don't do that. Whatever you do, those of you who live out there, Ashtabula, Trumbull County, Jaga County, if you have any articles of clothing made of fruit, perhaps you have shoes made of carved honey.
I mean, those are becoming quite popular.
Just think twice.
Reebok used to have the honeycomb hexagon cushioning, and now they're using actual honeycombs. So be careful.
Yeah.
That'll get some bears your way.
They're super comfy, but there's a trade-off there.
Right.
And it might be your safety. The door was broken, and there was bear scat on the porch. So I assume that's where they got the DNA. I imagine they didn't swab every bear within a 5-mile radius. They got the DNA from the scat. He works fast, boy. You go in, you maul a lady, you go out, take a dump on her porch, and you're out. Man, nature's crazy. But, the woman's daughter said that bears were frequently trying to get in through broken windows and that her mother had physically repelled a bear before.
Can you think of any place where people can get new, safe windows? I can't say bear-proof, but, you know.
Nor can I.
Yeah.
I mean, the Window Nation windows that I've got in at my house, Bill, I've never seen a bear in my neighborhood. But they certainly are strong. Now, here's what I would worry about, though, is if a bear in one of these communities dressed up as a window installer. Then you got problems.
Right. Don't be tricked.
Nope, because they're going to come in and they're going to have, these are the signs to look for. They're going to have glasses. They're going to have on a fake mustache. They have a tool belt. And you're going to go, ooh.
And they're not just after your picnic baskets. They're going to kill your meemaw.
Yeah, they're going to kill your meemaw and,
also, it's good to point out that not all black bears are completely black. Sometimes they're as noted in the article I read, cinnamon brown.
Hey! So if you look real closely, cinnamon brown bears.
Which now, that just sounds like Teddy Grahams flavors.
Right. Well, a lot of people are pointing out to me, too, and maybe this has something to do with it, with these bear attacks, because it is Pride Month. And but not that kind. Actual bears.
Yeah.
Like Ursa Major,
Although sometimes those bears, cinnamon brown.
Cinnamon brown bears. Yeah. So they DNA test the scat, but then how do you find the bear? You go, how do we find this bear? Because you have to compare it to something else. They swab the woman or figure something out. And they go, we got two kinds of DNA here. There's human and there's ursine DNA. Then what do? You got to track that bear down. Now, how did they finally find the bear? They looked for the bear that was wearing the woman's Easter bonnet. And they finally found it. And it was hiding behind a tree. And they euthanized it, which I think is nice. I mean, they could have shot it in the face, but they euthanized it. They got it a last meal of blueberries and honey and 5.5 pounds of peaches. And then for dessert, fatal overdose of phenobarbital. And I don't know if it had any gas. But speaking of bears, Alex Jones is Pride Month. Alex Jones is, the articles say that he has finally agreed to liquidate InfoWars. And I'm trying to figure out what the real story is because he's been fighting this forever. Alex Jones is a liar and a grifter, so you never know what his real plan is. All I know is that ever since that Sandy Hook verdict, he's been shoveling all his money quietly into his dad's, like a shell company in his dad's name. The plan seeming to be so he can go, well, I don't have any assets, and then let Sandy Hook pick up the scraps, the people who he owes that huge judgment to. But maybe it's legit. I don't know. Because he had been pushing back at every turn, saying, we're not going anywhere. He didn't want to give 1 red cent to those poor families. But apparently his lawyers are like, there's no way to reorganize what we've got going on here. Chapter 11 is when you try to reorganize your situation. And I guess his lawyers are like, look, there's no way around this. I think he had a big ranch in Texas he sold or whatever. So as of today, that's the word, that they're going to liquidate his... See, he doesn't control InfoWars right now either. Because as part of this bankruptcy, I think it went to some court-appointed company or something, or some overseer. Now, I have to wonder if that overseer has any connection to, of course, the Illuminati. But I don't know. Because he owes these people like $1 billion. And Alex Jones makes a lot of money. He sells a lot of dumb crap to a bunch of rubes. But he didn't have $1 billion. So, yeah, for a while he was funneling all of his money into something in his dad's name. But I don't know. For people who are still InfoWars fans, I don't know what's going to happen because that is one of his assets. And so it says that as of yesterday, he agreed to liquidate his assets, including that would end his ownership of InfoWars. So who knows? This is a married guy with his own children. And, he's made his... He was fun to make fun of for a long time, but he's not fun to make fun of anymore. I didn't even know InfoWars was still a thing. I didn't even know that he was... I played that clip earlier where he was crying.
Going,
yeah. But I didn't know what form it took. I mean, I don't know if he has
like its own website.
Does a staff or anything like that? I mean, for a while, he had all kinds of people working with him and for him.
I think it'd be real funny if somebody that's like a real anti-Alex Jones that's got a lot of money bought InfoWars and turned it into like a completely different entity, like rebranded it as like a liberal news site or something, or not even,
not even that, just something. God, what would be something diametrically, not even politically diametrically opposed, just something that it was just a screen of like a cartoon cat that you could go to. And you put in your birthday, and it would sing you a birthday song or something. But they keep the same address. It's still called InfoWars, but it's just a static cartoon of a cat, or maybe a bear mauling a woman. I don't know.
Ooh, that's
too soon.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there'd be a real big audience for it.
Oh,
maybe there would be. I don't know.
Now, this doesn't mean that InfoWars will cease to exist. They could sell it to another owner, but it ain't gonna be him. So they have a hearing scheduled for next week to determine the fate of his a company called, hilariously, Free Speech Systems.
Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass.
I will miss these.
Yeah. But we got I feel like we got the ones that we were going to get. You know, I don't think there was going to be too much between this one and America First and
Gay Frogs.
Gay Frogs.
Like putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm going to say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. America first! America first! Get that through your head, dude! America first! America first! You heard that before? What? America first! America first! What the hell, man? Dude! America first! America first! To all of you, let me explain one damn thing. America, America, America. Dude, you understand? America, America, America. My point is America's first. America, America, America. What the hell, man? Globalists, no! Goblins, no! This is it. Everybody get ready!
Goblins, no.
Well, we'll never forget his stance on goblins. Nobody will ever have to ask, hey, what is his position on goblins? It's always anti. All right, I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, I will have those Cleveland Orchestra passes for you after the break. Part of their summer series at Blossom. They're going to be doing the score to Raiders of the Lost Ark. That is the 29th and 30th of this month. So I'll get you 4 tickets for that first night on the way back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
2 hours to midnight.
This week, new music from I Cursed and Josta, local metal from Insanity's Horse, Terranoct, and Emerald Rage, and throwbacks from Metal Church, Manowar, and Satyricon.
Saturday Night Metal.
10 to midnight.
On 100.7
WMMS.
This is 3-time Pro Bowler Sean Merriman. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by NOPEC.
The Browns' voluntary OTAs are in the books, and they turn now to next week's mandatory minicamp. Guardians will put Logan Allen on the bump for their series opener tonight against the Marlins. Monsters hockey, it's back on the ice Saturday against Hershey after notching the Game 4 win yesterday to avoid the sweep. And the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul boxing match has been rescheduled to November. Tyson backed out of the original date due to an ulcer flare-up. I'm Scott Davidson.
Are you still paying the utilities high-priced rate for your electric supply? NOPEC standard program price is at 6.4 cents per kilowatt hour through December. That's 30% lower than First Energy's current supply rates. For more information and to view all of NOPEC's pricing options, visit nopec.org/opt-in.
Polaris Medina is Razor Central.
Hey, it's Bill. Now you can finally feel satisfied with your morning with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal. You don't just get breakfast, you get a proper meal. Get your choice of the tasty grilled sausage or applewood smoked bacon English muffin with fresh cracked egg and gooey cheese. And that's not all, because it wouldn't be a proper breakfast without a small side of crispy seasoned potatoes. You get all that for $3. Use the app to earn free Wendy's. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Deep Cuts, a commercial-free station featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists. Just search Deep Cuts and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app.
iHeartRadio.
Free never sounded so good.
If you're looking for the most epic place on Earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
At KeyBank, we know a small moment like,
whoa, my kid's got a serious backhand.
Can lead to an even bigger question like,
tennis camp is how much?
And that's the type of moment where we'll meet you to help you build a savings plan for expenses big and small so your money can make money. Mike, how's that sound?
Sounds like match point.
Sounds like love.
We could serve up tennis puns all day.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
You want Jersey Mike's signature sub, you get a number 13 original Italian.
You want a dramatic radio idea? You get me. Like this. I'm the 7th string quarterback and the other 6 quarterbacks go down. The coach yells, DeVito, you're in. The crowd is worried until I throw a touchdown. But the other team is celebrating. Apparently, I threw the Jersey Mike's number 13 original Italian I was eating on the sidelines. Whoops. The number 13 original Italian, Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, it's Charlie. You could win a backyard barbecue at your house with me, WMMS, and Circle K. Register right now at WMMS.com. Be the lucky winner of the ultimate backyard barbecue from Circle K. Prizes, Bud Light swag, food, and more. You invite your friends. We bring the barbecue. Hosted by me and WMMS. Go to WMMS.com right now to register. Contest ends in June, and one lucky winner will get the ultimate backyard barbecue brought to you by Circle K. Also, don't forget to join Circle K's Inner Circle.
Hey, Mackenzie here for Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Shop over 10,000 new and used vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com. Select your vehicle, arrange financing, value your trade-in, and get our lowest price. With 28 brands and 52 locations, we've got a vehicle for every budget. Get it all at KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Over 30 years ago, a woman from Chicago found herself single when her engagement was called off. She tried to meet people through blind dates and bars, but then it hit her. The most laid-back way to find other professional singles was just meeting them for lunch or a drink after work. Why wasn't there a business to help you do that? She started It's Just Lunch, and the rest is history. To celebrate our anniversary month, It's Just Lunch has a special membership offer during June. Call us at 216-328-9026 or visit itsjustlunchcleveland.com to learn more.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Spectrum Internet has enough speed to handle all your needs, so you can work, game, and stream with speeds up to a gig. Plus, Spectrum's advanced Wi-Fi provides enhanced security for all your connected devices. Get Spectrum Internet with fast and reliable speeds, starting at just $29.99 a month with a 2-year price guarantee. Visit spectrum.com/internet for you for full details. Offer subject to change, valid for qualified residential customers only. Restrictions apply.
A healthy body needs good food. This summer, the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce is sponsoring Sun Meals, a summer food program where kids eat free. Children under 18 receive healthy meals and no sign-up is required. Locations may be right in your neighborhood. Call 1-866-348-6479 or visit education.ohio.gov/kidseat for meal locations and times. That's education.ohio.gov/kidseat.
Looking for a fun job in a tropical paradise? Cedar Point's Castaway Bay Indoor Water Park is now hiring part-time lifeguards. Earn $18 an hour with lifeguard training included. With flexible scheduling, great perks like free tickets to Cedar Point, associate-only discounts, and an office that's 82 degrees year-round. It's the perfect way to make extra cash, learn new skills, meet new friends, and guard our guests while they splish and splash the day away. Apply now at cedarpoint.com/jobs. Castaway Bay is an equal opportunity employer.
This Friday and Saturday only, get a $10 coupon when you spend $100 or more in store. Coupon printed at checkout. Start redeeming next week. Fresh items are delivered daily, and there's easy pickup and delivery. Plus, pay the same low Meijer price and save even more with M-Perks when you shop in-store, online, and with every qualifying prescription filled at the Meijer Pharmacy. With so much under one roof, Meijer is the first and only stop you'll need. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy? Now you can get 50% off any unlimited data phone plan. That's one line for only $25 a month, and you keep the phone you love. Hurry, this is a limited time offer. So find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Offer ends July 31st, 2024. Promo subject to cancellation after 12 months. Available exclusively online and in Total by Verizon stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. See totalbyverizon.com for device compatibility and additional details. Taxes and fees may apply.
Febreze. Fabric Talk. Hey, it's me, your couch. Today's my favorite day of the week. Febreze Fabric Spray Day. The occasional deep cleans are nice, but in between, you know I'm needing a refresh. Ooh, here she comes with the Febreze Fabric Spray. Oh yeah, spritz them armrests. Don't be shy. Nothing like a good spray down to get me smelling so fresh and clean. Don't forget my back. Nice. Febreze Fabric Spray. It's just that easy. Now we can both breathe happy. Febreze. La 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 la.
Hey, this is Brad from Cage the Elephant.
What up? It's Jay Chant from Cage the Elephant.
Ain't no rest for the wicked. Get ready, because iHeartRadio is sending you to the first 2 stops on Cage the Elephant's tour.
Pack your bags.
You can be iHeart's roving concert reporter.
Come see us live.
First, you'll be there in Salt Lake City to see us kick off the tour. Then hop on a flight to see our second show in Seattle.
You'll have...
there for free.
For your chance to win, just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard. From the Bath Authority Studios. 100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, the Cleveland Orchestra is doing their summer concert series out at Blossom, and they're doing Raiders of the Lost Ark last weekend of this month, the 29th and 30th out there. They're doing Lord of the Rings, they're doing Raiders, there's a whole lot more. You can see the entire 2024 Blossom Orchestra schedule there. Clevelandorchestra.com has the details for you, but they'll play that iconic score that last weekend of the month. I have 4-pack of tickets for you for that first night. That is Saturday, June 29th. 4 tickets. You get my last 2 pair this week. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If he sounds super excited to see you,
hey, what's up?
Remember, he is a paid performer.
As a broadcaster, he's real good.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
His hands are moist and full of splooge. Festering wounds start to ooze. Why you got to say those things, AC? Seepage beyond repair. Flamming mucus everywhere. Why you got to say those things, AC? AC, 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 AC. Why you got to say those things, AC? AC, 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 AC. Please don't say them just because you can.
Oh, what a beautiful song, courtesy of Sean out in Brooklyn there.
That's great.
It's very good. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean. That is...
I was reminded of that song because I was watching the tail end of Wheel of Fortune the other night, and the word moist was in one of the... So they'd picked a food or something, you know. One of the words was moist. I'm a Jeopardy watcher myself, but I will catch the last few minutes of Wheel of Fortune, and so I'm watching the end of that or whatever. And today is Pat Sajak's last show on Wheel of Fortune.
Oh.
They've already been taped. I don't know when they taped it. They do 5 or 6 episodes of Wheel of Fortune a day. He and Vanna. And he has been hosting that show for 41 years, he and Vanna White. And so they both recorded a goodbye to each other and to the audience. And Pat Sajak finishing a long, long run. He announced last year, of course, he was retiring, and then they announced shortly after that they had Ryan Seacrest waiting in the wings. Which I think will be a fun gig. I mean, again, I'm not a Wheel of Fortune watcher, but I mean, you know, there's not much to it, and it would be fun to toss that around a little bit. But Pat Sajak, I don't know what his next act is. He's
probably just retirement.
Probably,
right?
I don't know. Yeah,
old.
Some people, they always say retirement, and then about a year later they're like, well, I don't know if the guy plays golf or whatever, but he's a Chicago boy, so I got to give it up to him for that. He's a guy who started in radio. He was in Vietnam and he took over. Remember Adrian Cronauer?
Yeah,
the Good Morning Vietnam guy. That's the guy that Robin Williams played in the movie Good Morning Vietnam. His name was Adrian Cronauer. And Pat Sajak had taken over Adrian Cronauer's show. And so there was a period of time where he would still end the show with, sign on rather, with Good Morning Vietnam. But Pat Sajak won like a teenage DJ contest at this long-time oldies station in Chicago. It was WJMK. And so he was a teenage disc jockey, and then he started moving around the country like you do in radio. And he got out to L.A. and started, he was a TV weatherman in Los Angeles. And then Merv Griffin, who was the creator of Wheel of Fortune and a bunch of other game shows, asked if he would want to take over. Do you remember who used to host Wheel of Fortune before? This is before, this is probably before your time, obviously. But a lot of people forget there was a guy named Chuck Woolery.
Okay, I know
He
the
was
name.
the host of Wheel of Fortune. A lot of people remember him from Love Connection, right? Back in 2 and 2,
yeah.
Chuck Woolery. I was a kid when Pat Sajak started on Wheel of Fortune, but they used to have a daytime version and a nighttime version. The syndicated nighttime thing, and then they had a daytime version that would run on NBC. And for a while, Pat Sajak was doing both of them. And then they were like, well, we're just going to have you do the syndicated one. And so he ended up hosting that show longer than Bob Barker hosted The Price is Right. Pat Sajak has got that Guinness World Record. And he would show up in things, he was in Airplane 2, and he was, he'd show up in movies every so often playing himself. And he's a conservative guy, and so he's said things from time to time that rub people the wrong way, but big deal, whatever. If you were to follow him on social media, he was much more pointed in his comments than obviously you're going to be on Wheel of Fortune. But the guy's had a hell of a career. I remember there was in the 80s on Saturday Night Live, Martin Short did a character named Ed Grimley. And one of his jokes was that he was constantly, he was enthralled with Pat Sajak. And so there was this headshot of Pat Sajak on the wall, and that was just kind of part of the set there. But it was funny. And so that kind of put Pat Sajak in people's minds, too. I mean, he was, because Ed Grimley was, you remember
character.
Ed Grimley
Yeah,
had like
I
the
do.
greasy,
Yeah.
unicorn-type hair,
Yeah.
what I must say, and all that. And so, yeah, Pat Sajak's been around a long, long time. And his last Wheel of Fortune episode is tonight. Vanna White is sticking out a little bit longer because she finally, after 37 years, they gave her a raise. Because they're like, look, Pat's leaving. It took Pat leaving for them to agree to give her more money. So she's going to stick around for a couple of more seasons because they pretty much doubled what they were giving her. And I guess they figured that will be the bridge between the Sajak and Seacrest administrations.
You made me who I am. You really did. As the years have gone by, we've grown up on television, but we've also shared so much more behind the scenes. And as much fun as we had on camera, those memories, milestones, and life events we shared with our families outside the studio are my favorite. We've watched our children grow up together. We've traveled all over the world. We've eaten hundreds of meals together. We've laughed. We've cried. We've celebrated. Oh, gosh. What an incredible and unforgettable journey we've had.
Oh, she's heartbroken. She's tearful. She's emotional. Vanna White famously, it was a big scandal over there at Wheel of Fortune because she had been in Playboy. Remember the Vanna White Playboy?
I mean, I was very young when that
Yeah.
came out, but Since then, I've looked it up.
Oh, yeah? Is it online?
Yeah.
I know they have copies of it on eBay that you can get. The Vanna White Playboy. She's, of course, said later on that she was embarrassed by it. It was May of 1987, so she had only been on that show for a few years. But she said that she has regrets about it. Because she was a good Southern girl, I guess. I don't know what her thought process is, but so she recorded a big thing for Pat because they didn't want to do it live or they didn't want to do it to each other, right? That's not that kind of place. But and then Pat recorded his own message to the audience.
It's been an incredible privilege to be invited into millions of homes, night after night, year after year, decade after decade. And I've always felt that the privilege came with a responsibility to keep this daily half hour a safe place for family fun. No social issues, no politics, nothing embarrassing, I hope, just a game. But gradually it became more than that.
Right in the butt.
A place where kids learn their letters, where people from other countries hone their English skills, where families came together along with friends and neighbors and entire generations. What an honor to have played even a small part in all that. Thank you for allowing me into your lives.
Yeah, long time there. I remember he had a talk show when I was in high school, the Pat Sajak Show. This was a time, late 80s.
Man, why'd they call that? They called it, What Do You Say, Jack?
Well, I think It's Pat was already taken by Saturday Night Live.
Right, but
so.
What Do You Say, Jack works.
What do you say, Jack?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty good, too. The Pat Sajak Show, it was very short-lived. It lasted one season. It was like, it lasted one season. But we were peeking in on it because late 80s, everybody was trying to come up with a Carson killer. Everybody was trying to find out, hey, who can we put on, and this was CBS at the time, who can we put on that might make some inroads with Johnny Carson? And, of course, one by one, these networks would find out that nobody could.
Yeah.
Arsenio did, but, I mean, that was kind of the beginning of the end of Carson anyway. He already had
he was already doing, like, half as many shows a year because they were having
Yes.
guest hosts all the time. In those that
Shandling
era.
and Jay
Yeah.
Leno. And so Carson already had a number of soft spots that they could get him on. But I remember the Pat Sajak Show, they had initially approached him to do Wheel of Fortune, and he said no because he wanted to do a talk show. And then he ended up taking the Wheel of Fortune thing. But one of those producers came back to him a few years later and said, hey, CBS wants to put something on against Carson to see how it does. And Pat Sajak said, okay. So they spent a lot of money, and he signed a guaranteed 2-year contract, which was smart. If you're going to start up a show against Carson and they go, we'll give you 2 years, great, because you're not going to last that long. And he didn't. They paid him $60,000 a week. And he was very clear. He's like, I'm not looking to reinvent the wheel here at all. This is going to be very much kind of a standard talk show, but they figured that, he was so liked from Wheel of Fortune and a popular pop culture guy that, hey, maybe something's here. Ironically, his very first guest was Chevy Chase, who would go on to have an even worse talk show over at Fox. That Chevy Chase show was just god-awful. But the Pat Sajak Show, and again, it didn't last long, but it got a lot of attention right before it got canceled because they had Rush Limbaugh guest host. And he basically turned it into a television version of his show. Rush Limbaugh could never get television to work because who the hell wanted to look at Rush Limbaugh? No one. So the radio show, he was unbelievably successful. Whatever you think of Rush Limbaugh, professionally in this business, unbelievable. But on television, nobody wanted to look at him. But yeah, he filled in for Pat Sajak. I think they knew the writing was on the wall, so they were like, I don't care. And he was like yelling at women in the audience, turning it into the, Pat into the Rush Limbaugh show or whatever. And so, yeah, they signed Pat Sajak for a couple of years. He lasted one, and he still had Wheel of Fortune. So he didn't care. He took a shot at it, better than, not doing it. But it was right after that Letterman left NBC. CBS signed him for a ton of money, and then the rest was history. But that Pat Sajak show, For whatever reason, my mom would always watch the new late night talk shows and they would pop up. Alan Thicke had one. It's called Thick of the Night.
Mm-hmm.
Rick Dees had one. I think that was called Into the Night with Rick Dees. Pat Sajak had one. These all were very, very short-lived, but I just remember my mom watching them, and so if I was up, I was watching it. So he had his little foray into that, but when you got a gig like he had on Wheel of Fortune, you're not going to go anywhere. You just stay with it, because why not? You make a ton of money. Because what do all these actors and people say now? They go, oh, I'd love to host a game show. Where I was clicking around last night, there's game shows on, I don't even realize they're on. You know Elizabeth Banks hosts an update of Press Your Luck?
No. The fact that you click around is still crazy. Like,
well, I have Hulu Live, so I look around.
I got DirecTV Live, but I just don't click. I either know what I'm going to watch, but I never just like scroll through the channels.
Well, all my daughter ever wants to watch, ever. I used to be able to get her to Simpsons once in a blue moon still. All she ever wants to watch is Bob's Burgers.
Uh-huh.
And I love Bob's Burgers, right? But I don't want to watch it all the time. And so anyway, she was doing something, and I go, I'm going to click around here. And I thought it was the Game Show Network, and I thought they were showing old episodes of Press Your Luck. I'm like, ooh, you got to watch this, the whammies and the whole thing. No, it's an update with Elizabeth Banks hosting. And, oh, god damn, is she gorgeous. Elizabeth Banks. But, I mean, they've got all these other nighttime game shows now. That Chris Hardwick's got the one with the giant balls on it, and our buddy Jay Farrow's got one called The Wall, or I don't know what the hell it's called, or Who's Got Balls? Something like that, yeah. Because all these people are like, oh, game shows are so fun. And they would be. They'd be super fun to host. And if you're somebody who's been doing it as long as Pat Sajak, or even Jeopardy, any of those long-running shows, you do 5 or 6 of them a day. So you can do a whole season in a pretty short period of time. And you're making millions of dollars, and you have like 9 months of the year off. And you're traveling, you're doing stuff, you're shooting interstitials. Hey, me and Vanna are here in Rome. Would you like to?
We're here in Rome. Let's go to a Broadway show.
Broadway show. They're not in front of a green screen. They like fly them to Rome.
Yeah.
To shoot stuff. And it'd be great. So anyway, Pat Sajak's very last episode on Wheel of Fortune is tonight.
All right. Of all the game shows, like we'll call it the big 4 that I feel like have been around the longest. You got Jeopardy, you got Wheel of Fortune, you got Price is Right, and Let's Make a Deal. Which one would you want to host?
Jeopardy.
Jeopardy?
Yeah. Because Jeopardy, well, let me think. Which one's I want to host?
I'm going Price is Right. Price is Right.
Yeah,
fun.
that would
There's
be fun. I mean,
yeah. It's just
Jeopardy's pretty nerdy.
Jeopardy's just it's so repetitive, I feel like, whereas there's more chance and just kind of silliness around Price is Right.
Well, it'd be more for me. It would be more fun to host Jeopardy because you always have the answers. So you sound like you know what you're talking about all the time, even though you're just reading them off. But
who cares about that?
But even when I'm at home and somebody gets it, like last night on Jeopardy, I was killing Jeopardy last night. Normally, I'm not that good. Last night, I was murdering. And Gwen wasn't even in the room, so she didn't even see me kill it. But
I don't believe it then.
But as I'm watching the show, somebody will get something, and I'm constantly like out loud. I'm going, God, good for you. Oh my God, that's great. People will have stuff. They'll pluck this information.
They put out a bunch of episodes of like old episodes of Jeopardy on Netflix a few years ago, and I was dating a girl that was pretty smart, and we'd watch episodes, and she would just rattle off answer after answer after answer. I was really, even if she just had seen the episodes and memorized it, it was still impressive because she knew pretty much every answer. And then a sports category came up, and I'm like, you're pretty quiet right now.
Oh, yeah. And so are the people on Jeopardy. It's so funny
thing.
when they have sports. They're like, this athlete, unless
it's 6 championships with the Chicago Bulls, and they're like, wow.
No, unless it's got to be Jordan level for them to know, right? It's got to be that. What did they have the other night? They had it was a picture clue, and it was Russell Westbrook, and it was crickets.
That's so funny.
I'm like, oh, even I knew that. That's how bad it was. Yeah, anything sports. If you give them 17th century European wars, they kill it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But sports,
this
not so much.
quarterback was just roasted on Netflix. Autogram?
Doug Flutie?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Thomas Brady Esquire.
Joe Montana? I don't
Yeah.
know.
So it's, yeah. So anyway, it is weird, though. I don't know why so many game show hosts are, like, conservative. You know, there's a lot of people that give Pat Sajak
I
a
think
hard
it's
time.
the suits.
You think that's what it is?
Yeah,
But, like, even
when you
Chuck
wear a suit every
Woolery,
day, yeah.
even before him, Chuck Woolery's, like, really, like, conservative dude. Wink Martindale and Drew Carey and Bob Barker and Ben Stein and, you know. So I don't know. I don't know
Drew
what.
Carey really conservative?
I mean, he mostly donates to Republican candidates, yeah.
Does he?
Which is his right. I'm like, your whole business model is handouts.
Yeah.
How are all you guys conservative? I don't understand it. But they all kind of lean that way. But anyway, Pat Sajak, he's had a hell of a career, and he wraps it tonight on Wheel, right in the butt.
Drew Carey is an outspoken libertarian.
That's for people who don't want to admit to being a Republican. I got to take a break here. You want to send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live, and we'll be back after these.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights on one stage.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and more.
Never seen before collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
Tickets go on sale Friday, June 14th.
But starting June 12th at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more.
He was placed in an escape pod moments before his home planet was destroyed by the devourer of worlds. On Earth, he is a god among men with superhuman powers. I don't know, at least that's what his will says.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
(216-578-1007) if you want to join us live, or 800-348-1007, 35192. Want to shoot me a text. If you're watching live at AlanCoxShow.com, thanks. And tip of the hat to Swindy Gluckelstank for assisting in the video department. Thanks very much. Do appreciate it. Guardians are playing tonight down in Miami against the Marlins. It's a 7:10 first pitch. So 6:40 tonight, right after we get out of here, is when that pregame will begin. And then they'll head to Cincinnati. They got 2 against the Reds, and then up to Toronto for a 3-game series against the Blue Jays before they return to Cleveland on the 18th. So they're gone for about a week and a half on the road. Comedian Chris Redd is going to join us next hour. You know him from Saturday Night Live, Keenan's show that was on for a bit. I love that show. That was, unfortunately, a show that didn't last. Keenan Thompson's show. But he's doing hilarities this weekend. He's a very talented dude. So,
a couple movie roles, or just roles that I really enjoyed him in, were the Pop Star movie where he plays Hunter the Hunter the Horrible, I think is his name, and he was really funny in that. And then what was Donut from Detroiters.
Oh right,
Donut. His whole bit was
I
just
forgot about that.
making fun of Tim Robinson for being a goofy white dude at a black comedy show.
I forgot about that.
Oh, I love Donut.
Donut. We'll have to mention that to him. Forgot about Donut.
Yeah, Donut's great.
Do you want to talk to Gaylord, Bill? Gaylord wants to talk to you.
Okay, let's talk. Hey, hi, Gaylord.
Hi, Mr. Squire. I just wanted to talk to you about your show Saturday.
Yeah. Madison?
Yes. My wife surprised me today with tickets to your show.
Oh, that's very
And we're going to take an hour-and-a-half trip out there to see you.
Oh, come on. Gaylord, you're in Wellington, yeah?
Yeah.
And your wife surprised you with a 90-minute car ride?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
So I kept telling her that I wanted to come and start seeing you guys in person. And I'm going to be doing that. So I'll be boring you all by coming out to see you.
Well, I appreciate the support.
I love you all.
That is very kind.
I guess Gaylord's the guy to beat now with how far somebody's willing to go to Bill's show.
Oh,
You've got to beat 90 minutes.
Yeah.
Well,
thank you.
I saw you were also in New York, and I thought, well, I don't think I can drive that far.
Yeah, that's a hike. I'm going to be in Salamanca, New York next Saturday.
Salamanca. Like Hector Salamanca.
Right, but I love you all, and I want to support you all and try to start seeing you in person. So I'll be there to see your shows one way or the other.
If you want
to be,
if anybody listening,
I'll be stuffed and by a taxidermist or something if the good Lord takes me away or whatever the case is. I'll be there one way or the other. My wife will prop me up in the corner somewhere and have me facing your direction when you're on stage.
Well,
So I love you all.
I appreciate it.
All right, Gaylord, have fun, all right?
If anybody wants to join
All
Gaylord.
right. Thank you once again for having me on this show. I love you.
Of course.
All
All right. Thank you. There's Gaylord, who's tried 90 minutes
to
from
Madison.
Wellington to Madison to see Bill tomorrow night. That is dedication.
If anybody else out there listening wants to see me, BillSquire.com. Get those tickets. You can see me and you can meet Gaylord. I wonder if he's going to dress like Santa Claus again.
Wow.
Dressed like Santa Claus last time he came to see me.
What's
That
the
was out
venue in
Fremont.
Salamanca?
It's a dispensary, I believe.
Oh.
They hit me up
All right.
a while ago.
I only know Salamanca because it's right on the Allegheny River, which is one of the three rivers that converges in Pittsburgh, but it goes all the way up, and I'm pretty sure Salamanca is on the banks of the Allegheny River. And it's probably not far from the Comedy Museum.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go up there, take my girlfriend to the Comedy Museum, and then go do the gig.
There you go.
So it'll be a lot of fun. You got to get up to that Comedy Museum.
I know.
It's so good.
I do.
So good.
I always forget about it, and then
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I want to go up there.
Hey, Alan, Mike and Parma. Just on that black bear thing, last year when I was up or down in Gatlinburg, there was a black bear that was around our cabin all week long. And then on the last day, when we were leaving, packing up the truck, the mama bear actually opened up my passenger side door and got inside my truck, which was kind of crazy. So I ran out there, banged on the driver's side door, and it finally ran away. So I guess there is something to kind of making loud noises and, being big and things of that nature. So just my kind of 2 cents on it, on how to deal with a black bear. But I think most of the time they're pretty tame and really don't want to be around people.
Loud noises! All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Wow, got in his wife's side of the car. You know, if that were like an old timey movie, the guy wouldn't realize it was a bear. He would think it was his wife, and he'd drive home with the
Just drive
bear.
home, yeah.
Yeah, and then he'd get home. Oh my God!
He'd look at the bear, and because the bear would be sleeping, and he'd be like, "Oh, somebody's tired," and then
That's right.
he'd pull into the driveway, and hey, we're home, and then the bear goes, "Rah," and he goes, "Ah!" And then the bear starts yelling. Yeah, it's very,
That's right.
Very 80s comedy type moment.
My mother, the bear. What happened? I was reading about how the United States has stunned Pakistan in the World Cup of cricket. You know, Pakistan is a perennial contender there, and the United States shocked not only Pakistan, but the world. You know how hard it is to shock the world?
Yeah.
And the United States has done it.
Yay.
The Cricket World Cup in Dallas, calling it one of the biggest shocks in cricket history. It's got to suck to get beat by a country that couldn't care less about cricket.
That didn't even know this was going on.
Doesn't even care. And every other country in the world, they love soccer. I know soccer's kind of blown up here, but I mean, cricket
is
miles
not,
to go before I sleep, boy, because
cricket is behind water polo. Like, it is.
People
low.
here are too consumed with pickleball and slap fighting. Cricket is a distant fourth or fifth. And so, congratulations. But if you're in Pakistan and you're like, oh, we got knocked out by the United States, that's a big, big blow to the cricket fans there in Pakistan. The U.S. is, Pakistan's not out yet, but the U.S. beat them. The American team plays India next, with Ireland slated as their final matchup in the opening round of competition. The T20 Cricket World Cup in Dallas. I didn't know this was happening.
I didn't know this was happening
No
either.
clue this was happening. And I would imagine that 99% of people in this country didn't know that it was happening. So the United States, hashtag let them know what was happening there. Gaylord is like this The sloth on Zootopia? I don't know what that means.
Then Zootopia, they go to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, and it's all sloths working there.
Oh, I see.
I think it was
Okay.
that. Something like that. It was like some government building, and so like the sloths are just moving so slow and talking so slow, and yeah, it's a funny scene, but it is very similar to Gaylord.
I see. There is a guy in Shreveport, Louisiana. The story is from KTAL Television down there in Shreveport, Louisiana. And all of the other television stations are reporting on it because one of their former television anchors there in the market got scooped up in a pedo sting. And it was a group of kids pretended. This wasn't an official thing. A group of kids started having conversations with this guy, telling him, pretending to be a 15-year-old girl. Because these dudes are like, yeah, there's guys out there doing this kind of stuff. They're in Shreveport. And
there's so many people that do this. It's just like their YouTube or TikTok channel is just them busting people. There's one where a guy makes the guy that was thought he was talking with a 15-year-old girl or something. He makes him bring a burrito, and then he starts eating the burrito while he confronts him like, so you thought you were talking to a 15-year-old girl? And he's just like smashing this burrito while he's doing it. Like he just inhales this burrito while he's telling this guy that
he brought him free lunch and didn't even know what he was walking into.
Yeah, that they're going to turn over all the records to the police, and this guy's going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, because now everybody is a citizen Chris Hansen.
Yeah.
I can't control my horny level.
Everybody wants to be that guy now. So because he resigned, Shreveport television news anchor, a guy who was pretty well regarded, had been on television there for a long time. He was also the news director of the station, Bill Lunn. This is a married guy. His wife's pretty foxy. Lunn called police claiming to have been a victim of an assault, but then they determined that that was not true. So he tried to say that these three dudes, they're black teenagers, assaulted him. Antonio Coleman, Cameron Kennan, and Katario Grigsby. They lured him to an address after messaging him and saying that they were a 15-year-old girl. And so the local news talked to these dudes, and they're like, it is unbelievable how many guys are out there doing this. There's a husband and wife anchor team, by the way. They're in Shreveport reporting on this story.
Report claiming a local news anchor who also served as the organization's news director is the subject of an ongoing investigation by Shreveport police. Good evening, I'm Dan Jovic.
And I'm Jackie Jovic. The investigation was sparked due to the efforts of three local men who say they've made it their mission to catch men trying to have sex with underage girls.
They showed us the evidence they have provided to police and share a first-hand account of what they say unfolded that day. It's our top story tonight.
By the way, local news, and this isn't unprecedented, obviously, maybe not the pedo thing, but local news loves reporting stories on anchors from other stations. They love it because it's their competition. And so if somebody screws the pooch, you're working for the CBS affiliate. I mean, these days, you got to, pick up whatever you can in kicks over there. But if the guy at the NBC affiliate, if they catch him in like a hotel with a hooker or something, they love reporting that. Back in the day, they wouldn't because of professional courtesy. But now all bets are off. They'll get right. It's their top story.
Yeah, for sure.
What we catch like child predators.
Antonio Coleman, Cameron Kennan, and Katario Grigsby are self-described predator hunters. For a little over 3 weeks, they've been pretending to be an underage girl online in an effort to catfish local men who are allegedly trying to meet up for sex.
It's just crazy, like how fast they are willing to meet young females. It's just crazy.
The trio says they were surprised by their efforts last Wednesday, May 29th. That day, Shreveport police received a call at 11:04 a.m. The call came from former KTBS news anchor Bill Lunn. According to police and a call for service report obtained by NBC6, Lund claimed he was the victim of an assault and battery, but a case report on the alleged incident paints a different story. According to the case report, the alleged offense is not for assault and battery, rather for computer-aided solicitation for sexual purposes. These three men are the reason why.
And so he seen us, he darted out.
They created a fake meet.
As soon as he saw us, he darted out.
Yep.
He's like, oh, no. You three guys are not a 15-year-old girl.
Profile. That profile is of an underage girl. They say they then wait for men to like the profile and spark a conversation. They say Lund initiated a conversation Tuesday night.
They had a little conversation going on, and he asked how old she was.
It's his picture. The guy's a local news anchor. He's got his picture. He's wearing like a white linen Don Johnson shirt. It says, Will, 48 years old. He goes by Bill Lund. This is a married dude, right?
Yeah, that can't control his horny level.
He cannot.
He can't. They can't.
No matter what happens.
I can't control my horny level.
The girl told us she was 15 years old.
Antonio says he was actually the girl. He says he and Lund exchanged dozens upon dozens of text messages over the next several hours.
Oh, God. I love when they show the texts, by the way, on the news.
Yeah.
So, you free tonight? What you have in mind? I mean, we can just chill at my place and just vibe. Oh, God.
It's so much cringe.
Several hours where the conversation quickly turned to sex.
He was like sending like pictures to her. He was saying he wanted to do this to her, like explicit things I can't see on camera.
Antonio checked the phone number he was texting with. It was the same number Lund lists on his LinkedIn profile.
I'm like, oh my
Homie
God.
wasn't even using a burner or
Nothing,
anything. He was
man.
using the phone number from his LinkedIn profile.
I can't control my horny level.
Man. Yeah, these dudes just, I don't know what they think. They must just be like, well, I don't know. I don't know what they think.
They just
You're a local
get
news
so
anchor, like you're a
worked
public
up
guy.
that they just can't help it, man.
Wow. Must be part of the thrill.
Yeah.
Like a 15-year-old girl's
And-
not
and
going
then
to know
whenever
who
they
a
get
local
caught-
news anchor is either. They're not
Right.
watching the news.
And whenever they get caught, though, it's like I knew this was going to be a scam, a sting, whatever. But they just, even knowing that most of the people out there engaging in this are probably just trying to catch people like them, they still can't help it because they're like, what if this is the one?
Well, not only that,
Terrible,
but I most people are thinking, we're all used to hearing, oh, it's police.
Mm-hmm.
It's law enforcement posing as a kid.
Yeah.
I've never heard of this. Here's three dudes from the neighborhood who are pretending to
And
be.
there's tons of people doing this now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like civilian pedo posses.
Yep.
God. So I looked to the Facebook. I'm like, this is really his number. This is real Bill Lund. And so it was just really just crazy.
We were shown images in the text message chain displaying sexually explicit photos that Lund allegedly sent of himself. Antonio says Lund set up a meeting date
Those are his wieners, right? His balls.
last Wednesday.
Came on his lunch break from work to come meet her.
According to Antonio, when Lund arrived at their designated meeting spot, the trio jumped out, informing him of what was happening.
You can see like the guilt in his eyes. Like, he knew like, oh, I'm done.
They say Lund ran and later called police, saying he was the victim of an assault and battery. The three men waited for police to arrive. They say hours of questioning followed. The call for service report shows police spent 4 hours and 21 minutes at the scene. The young men say Lund was handcuffed in the back of a police vehicle for hours. All parties were released from the scene with no charges filed. Shreveport police told me there is an active investigation into Lund based on the events of that day. I tried reaching out to Lund to get his side of the story.
Please leave your name and number, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thanks. Have a great day.
Bill, this is Dan Jovic calling from NBC 6 News. Trying to get...
Hey, man, I'm your competent. And these guys all know each other. So on camera, he's got to be like, hey, it's Bill Jovic from KTLA. But no, yo, man, it's Bill. What is going on, dude?
Oh, man.
Oh.
Womp, womp.
This guy's probably puckering in his car. He's like, what's
I can't control my horny level.
Oof. Yeah, womp womp indeed. I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192 for that. AlanCoxShow.com. I want to watch live. Hey, you want to go see Craig Ferguson? He's back doing a stand-up tour that will bring him to the Agora this fall, November the 3rd. I got 2 tickets left. I will hand those off to you coming back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
We'll be there in Salt Lake City to see us kick off the tour. Then hop on a flight to see our second show in Seattle.
You'll have VIP access for sound check.
Come backstage
and come a little closer. You get to come backstage and interview some of the band, complete with a VIP photo op.
All thanks to Live Nation.
We're going to get you there for free.
For your chance to win, just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Oh yeah! It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Craig Ferguson. His stand-up tour is coming to Cleveland this fall. Craigie Ferg back on stage. Sunday, November 3rd. He'll play the world-famous Agora. AgoraCleveland.com always has the details on every single one of their shows, ironically. So you'll get my last pair this week. 2 tickets for Craig Ferguson this fall. Good luck. Caller 10, these are yours, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our live stream is now Scratch and Sniff, in that you can scratch the screen and then sniff your fingers. Yeah, the Alan Cox Show.
100.7
WMMS.
Yeah, and thanks again to Swindy Gluckelstank for helping out in the live stream today. I have found my new favorite Instagram account, by the way. It's called Sun City 80s. It's all this great 80s synthwave.
Yeah.
And all of his compositions say things like, yeah, you caught the killer and the mayor's happy, but you're getting yelled at by the police. And you need to, something still isn't right. Something doesn't fit. You just solved the case and everybody's celebrating, but something doesn't add up. You're hanging around on your usual corner. You're the kind of bad guy that everybody's rooting for. For people old enough to remember 80s kind of movie music and synthy and guitar, here comes a guitar. Sun City 80s, 80S. I love this stuff.
There's
sunglasses at night, a little toothpick in your mouth.
When I'm driving home and it's like, not right now because now the sun's still up, but when the sun was setting as we were driving home, I would love
this is perfect night
Yeah.
driving music.
Yeah, like dusk music or like or at night. Oh, I love it.
It's 1989 and the summer romance you both had has ended, but you just can't let her go. It's all keyboards and guitar. There's got to be one with saxophone.
The latest post 4 days ago. It's 1987. You put your aviator sunglasses and step out into the night in the city that never sleeps.
There it is. Yeah. Well, we were just talking about Kenny G's birthday the other day. You know, he turned 68.
I love this stuff too.
I love it.
Little sweaty sax.
Oh, man.
We're having pensive moments.
Pensive moments. You're trying to find solace in the rhythm of the night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's great. It's 1987. You're driving towards the sunset with $1.3 million in stolen cash. It's all 80s cop movie music. Yeah. People old enough to remember. And these are all triggered, so the guy's playing all these on his keyboard, right?
Yeah.
He's got some of the
Sometimes
keys
he'll have
triggered
somebody, assist
collabing
with the saxophone.
Yeah.
Go to the one. It's Saturday morning in 1987. You watch the city come to life from the penthouse apartment on the top floor.
Top floor, okay.
Like, I can see the scene.
Yeah.
Like, they do a good job, not just with the music, but setting the scene for you with the
It's got
description.
cityscapes in there, too, yes. There was a band probably 15 years ago. I can't remember the last time I loved a band so much and they went away. They were called the Day Sleepers. They're from Buffalo. And it was a guy and his sister and their friends. And they just made these amazing shoegazy Cure type music. They put out just a couple of albums, but they were self-producing them, and it's time consuming, and it's expensive, right? And so those albums of theirs now are probably about 15 years old. But the one guy still makes music, and he's mostly making this kind of music now. I think he's got a band called Night Cruise or something. And I love that stuff too. But Day Sleepers was just a fantastic, fantastic shoegazy band that threw in all the kind of stuff, the Cure and Cocteau Twins and just all that great stuff. But they didn't last very long. The Sound of the City at Night.
This is going to be me and my Uber after the contest tonight, after the Miss Around the Corner contest.
I'll tell you what, when I was talking about how when I was off the air after my station in Chicago blew up, before I came to Cleveland, I was off the air for a year and a half. And I was selling. I was in the sales staff at what was then the Smooth Jazz station. And a couple days ago, I was talking about that was when I met Kenny G, as he had come through for some performance or something like that. But when I would go, before all of that, when I was still in college, that radio station, I wasn't a huge listener of it, but I think one of the things that got them to hire me coming from off the air onto the sales side was I was like, I would always listen to that station at night. You know what I mean? Like when I was living in other cities and I would come home and I was in a cab, if it was nighttime, the cabbies always had the Smooth Jazz station on.
Yeah.
And so I associate that with this kind of music.
Love me some
being in a cab at night.
Some smooth jazz.
Yeah.
We had like a jazz station playing before the show at Brothers Lounge on Tuesday. Just like a internet radio station. It was great. Like nobody knew the music, but everybody was like kind of bopping around. It was good, like it was a little more upbeat. It wasn't quite smooth jazz, a little more up-tempo than that, but it was fun.
Well, because that radio format, for a long time, it was largely instrumental. So those radio stations, to kind of keep people going, they would kind of, there was some R&B in there, and but it was like when I first came to Cleveland, I couldn't believe there was a Smooth Jazz station on the air in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Because it was the wave.
Yeah.
And I think it's been back and forth a couple of times, but I think it's gone for good. But again, 15 years, I've been here almost 15 years. And when I came to Cleveland, I could not believe they had, because those stations don't make any money.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of them went away. And I was like, oh my God, how does a market like Cleveland have a Smooth Jazz station? But it was around for a minute.
Kenny on the live stream said, this music is either for making love or being the most devious bastard in New York City.
Yeah, I think, again, I like their descriptions of like, you've just given the chief your badge and your gun, and you're walking off into the night.
So good.
Yeah.
Fun. But it is like you said, driving around with that music on.
City.
It feels good. Feels real good.
It's the 80s, and Steven Seagal is training you in his dojo for a secret mission in Japan. Because that's what this is, those Steven Seagal movies, right? When he would be training, that's exactly what it was. Yeah. He'd be doing fake
and they got
karate moves.
The little whistle in the back.
Yeah. Yep. Bamboo pipes and angular banjos.
The flute, whatever that is, yeah.
This is when Kelly LeBrock is watching him fortify their house before the bad guys show up. Anyway, that's dynamite. And there's a lot of accounts like this. I'm sure that's why it was suggested to me on Instagram, because I'm sure I follow other ones like this, but this one really...
Yeah, I'll get dark wave playlists like that all the time.
Yep. That one really got me where I live. Alan, my birthday is the day after yours. You don't know when mine is. I'll be in
maybe they were on the funny bus.
Oh, yeah, maybe they were. Yeah. Anyway, the account is Sun City 80s on Instagram. 80 Sun City 80S for people who are asking me.
And
there's a lot of them like that. So if you follow one, it'll start probably suggesting other ones to you. But there's a lot of like synth wave, vapor wave kind of bands like that if you're into those.
As far as the Funny Bus goes, my week's sold out, the 12th. 19th is already sold out.
Yeah, next 2 weeks are sold out.
And the last one, I'll be doing the last one on the 26th, and there's, those are going to go fast. So
you can go to funnybus.net, look into the 26th. That will be our last one on this run. We did May and June Wednesdays, and they're a lot of fun. But yeah, the next 2 weeks are sold out. We are out Monday, by the way. So I will have 2 pair of tickets for you on Tuesday to join Bill on Wednesday. So there are 4 seats that are not sold because those are the tickets I have to give you. But I'll do them both on Tuesday since we're out on Monday. Costco has decided that they're not going to sell books anymore. If you ever go into Costco, you might not have noticed, but they have a massive thing in the middle of the store that is stacks of books. And this is not good news to publishing companies because Costco obviously
sold a lot of books,
moves a lot of stuff. But I thought their reason for it was really weird and possibly lame. They said that it was not carrying books will cut back on labor costs because books they can't just bring out on a pallet and plop them down. The books have to be stacked by hand. So Costco is like, yeah, it's costing us too much to pay those, 3 people to stack books for 5 or 6 hours? The labor costs of paying people to stack books by hand. So here's what I think, and you should put this to everybody who thinks that this is some terrible development. Costco should say, okay, we can keep the books, but we've got to raise the price of that hot dog.
Don't you dare.
What do you think people will pick?
Don't you dare.
They will say, screw the books, we'll help you burn them. So all these people are screaming about the book. They're like, I'm an American. I eat. I don't read, all right? Good luck with the books. But I thought that explanation was super lame. Yeah, it costs us too much to pay those couple of people to stack books. But if you're a publishing company, you get an order from Costco and you're high-fiving because they move a lot of units. Costco's a big outlet for books. Because there's fewer and fewer brick and mortar. There's like what's it, Crocker? A Barnes & Noble?
I think it's Barnes & Noble.
I don't even remember what's around it. I know Borders is gone, but
I think there's a Books A Million over in
Fairview Park.
Yeah.
Books A Million.
Bam.
And there's half-price books and, So, yeah, Costco is going to stop carrying books. So maybe they'll have a big old sale or something over there. Last year, more than 767 million books were sold in the U.S. I wonder if they count audiobooks in that. I bet they do.
Yeah.
Because it makes it look better.
And now you can get audiobooks on, like Audible, where you do a subscription. A lot of, audio apps. Spotify does audiobooks on there now, too. So
yeah.
If you get a listen there, I feel like they go, hey, that was one sold. Or
right.
Something.
And obviously, books really blew up over the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
People were at home reading. But, yeah, hey, we'll keep the books, but that hot dog's going at $2. I tell you what, make it nothing but cookbooks, and you've got a deal. How about that? This is America. Just stock nothing but cookbooks.
Or just make it like the DVD bins that they have back in the day at Walmart.
Yeah.
Where it's like all the $5 DVDs. Just do that with the books. The books are just all, you just
in
dig
a giant
through.
bin?
Yeah, you just dig through and go like, all right, what am I getting here?
You don't have to pay people to stack them. You pay one guy to just whip them into a giant pen.
Exactly.
And then you dig through and find out. I still like buying physical books. I still do that. I buy hardcover books because I like them. I wanted a copy of The Last Laugh. Have you ever read The Last Laugh?
No.
It's one of the first, if not the first, book written about stand-up comedy. And it's it's all those old-timey comedians, but it's a very interesting book about the craft and the art of it. It's called Phil Berger is the guy who wrote it.
Phil Berger.
It's called The Last Laugh, The World of Stand-Up Comics. And it's like Pryor and Milton Berle and Rodney and Lenny Bruce. So it's that generation of comics, right? Because the book, I think, is probably from the early 70s. But it's like one of the, between The Last Laugh and Ladies and Gentlemen, Lenny Bruce. Those are like the two, for people who are really into stand-up, those are the two. So I was like, I want a copy of The Last Laugh because I didn't have one. I have Ladies and Gentlemen, Lenny Bruce, the Albert Goldman book. And I have Comic Insights, which is the Franklin Ajayi book, which is great. And Born Standing Up, which is a quick read, but it's a great book. So I'm like, I want a copy of The Last Laugh. And I found a hardcover copy on Amazon. But I didn't pay that close attention. I said, buy now. It was $97.
Jeez.
And the one I'm looking at right now on thriftbooks.com is $119 hard. I don't ever do that. I just didn't pay attention to it. And it was $97. It's really old, so it's like an OG copy. And there aren't many left. But it's a very entertaining book. But yeah, I still like, and I have a Kindle. I always forget I have a Kindle. Like those OG Kindles back when you were putting like HBO and Netflix on them. I still have the old HBO
like the first,
Go app on there.
It was like before iPads really took
before
off.
Roku and all that stuff. I had HBO Go on my Kindle. So I still have it like on my nightstand, but I always forget it's there. But yeah, I like buying books. Now, I buy them and then they stack up. But, my wife is constantly listening to books. Alan, I miss my convertible because I would absolutely blast that stuff with the top down at night. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind if somebody was driving by blasting that. It's the other stuff people are usually blasting that doesn't really scratch me in the right spots.
I'll do that with the windows down and the sunroof open.
There you go.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
I mean, even the actual movie soundtracks, if you go back, like the Lethal Weapon music was Eric Clapton.
Yeah,
and Mark Knopfler and those guys, so they were in the mix there. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, there's waking up in the morning hungover with drinking a warm beer, smoke a cigarette. While you reflect on your life, miss your dead wife kind of moments.
Living in a Airstream on the beach.
Yep.
Martin Riggs. You're a dirty cop in 1985 and nobody can know that you're the one leaking the intel. You drive from one scene of the crime to another as a lead detective, not to make sure things go as planned, but also to plant evidence. Love it. Get out of here, Murphy. Nobody wants you around. There's always a guy named Murphy. Where's another good one here? It's the 80s and you're falling for your late partner's wife. It's always cop-centric.
Yeah.
With nighttime cityscapes.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like Japan. What the hell is that? Scotty was a good man, and he took a bullet for me. I don't think it's right that we do this. I love you, Barb, but I can't betray Scotty. This is the great part of this account, is that all of the comments are people writing their own synopsis of what it would be. So the comments alone are fantastic. It's the 80s and you left your hometown for a vacation in the big city. That's more Breakfast Clubby probably than anything else. All right, I got a break. Comedian Chris Redd is going to join us from SNL back in the day, and he is doing hilarities all this weekend. So we'll give you the details on that, and we'll pick his brain for a little bit. I'll also have a shot for you to get to Hawaii. So when we get back here, you'll be my last qualifier this week here on the show for that trip courtesy of Kona Brewing Company. 35192. Text me for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights on one stage.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and more.
Never seen before collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
Tickets go on sale Friday, June 14th.
But starting June 12th at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet?
Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave a hero.
Weather Center. WMMS weather.
A mix of clouds and sunshine for your Friday with scattered pop-up showers for some. Highs in the low 70s. Clearing skies tonight with overnight lows in the mid-50s. Sunny skies for your Saturday with late-day clouds. Highs in the upper 70s.
This report is sponsored by Petiti Garden Center.
At Petiti.
Hi, I'm AJ Petiti. Shop Petiti Garden Centers now for buy one, get one free.
I appeared on SNL all last season. You're great. He's doing a new character at SNL called Comedian in Car Getting Coffee for the Rest of the Cast.
Alec Baldwin breaking your balls on his own roast.
Yeah.
Chris Redd in town to do hilarities.
See, usually people share my jokes from the roast, but you're different.
That's for you to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I
was
actually.
like, where's Alec and why is he roasting me?
I
from the past?
actually hadn't realized that you were on that roast. Well, because we're constantly talking to people now about like doing these roasts.
Yeah.
What it can do for you, what it might not do for you.
Yeah.
And I guess I haven't seen that one. Like that was 7 or 8 years ago, probably, right? I mean, you'd been on SNL for maybe a year when you did that.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't quite tell you. I'm drinking coffee at 4:23, like it's 8 a.m. So
I appreciate it.
I'm a shell of a man.
That's
but,
all right.
Yeah, it was a while ago. It was. I was definitely the least known person on the dais, but I had some solid jokes in there. I was real proud of the work. Roasts are always fun, man. The Tom Brady one was huge. You know,
it was a big deal.
Yeah, it was a big deal. It was super sick. I always know something's really successful when I'm jealous I wasn't there.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, that's a good one.
Okay, so I was talking about this yesterday because we were having a conversation about how Netflix wasn't super hip on Tony Hinchcliffe. And Rogan went to bat for him and went to Tom Brady's people and said, hey, I'd really like this guy on. And they go, yeah, okay. So I was like, how does this work? Do they call your people? Do you go, hey, I'd like to do a roast? I thought it was Jeff Ross just pulling friends. And how does that work that you get on a roast?
Hey, man, that's, I guess it's no Joe Rogan is the answer to your question.
Well, who asked you to be on the Alec Baldwin?
Yeah, how did you get on?
Oh, I mean.
Because that was when they were on Comedy
I was
Central.
part of roast battles in L.A. like all the time. I was always going on Tuesdays at the Comedy Store. And hanging late, and then being like a guest judge all the time on there. And so when they were having
so within that scene, you were known.
Yeah, and then when they were having like the roast battles, when Comedy Central was doing the just like the regular TV show, I used to come back to LA to go shoot that with everybody else and kind of be judges and kind of was watching. And so I was kind of in that. I've known Jeff a long time, so I was kind of just in that world. So I am curious. No, not really curious, but why y'all ain't have me on that roast, man? No, but yeah, when it comes to Netflix, I'm not really in that world outside of like I got a show coming out that I can't talk about, I guess, on Netflix. But like outside of that, I don't really. Netflix is
you
still
can
a
talk.
mystery
People
to me.
break news here all the time. Tom Green told us about his show before anybody else found out about it. You can talk about it.
They don't tell me nothing.
Yeah,
they don't tell me nothing. Which this is not me being. I'm not being
That
mysterious.
cagey about it.
I don't know.
Yeah. Once it's in the can, you don't know what's going to happen. Yeah. Chris Redd is at Hilarities this weekend. 7 and 9:45 shows tonight and tomorrow night. You can go to hilarities.com for the details. Why Am I Like This is the most recent hour, yeah?
Yeah, man. That's my hour on HBO Max.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know there's like a whole little thing of like, don't stream HBO Max going on right now, but please stream my special.
Yeah. Why is that? Because they're merging with there's some people mad about those things?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with the algorithm, man. It threw something at me like yesterday. I was like, there's a movement. I'm like, I don't know how successful movements are right now.
Yeah, what? I haven't heard this one yet.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's like, the problem with movements now. There's
too many.
The algorithm has created individual bubbles where you think everybody's talking about something, but it's only 15 of y'all. And the rest of us are confused about what this is.
Well, and everything's so segmented now too because of that. Like,
right.
I mean, there's people that are giant musicians and never heard them. They're not playing on the radio.
Nah.
But they have that bubble of people
Millions
that like
of followers.
they're like that's everybody, and it's good and bad at the same time.
Well, it gives everybody a voice.
Yeah.
But now we've learned should everybody have a voice?
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
I mean,
should there be gatekeepers? Maybe.
And talk about first world problems. There's a movement of people complaining about their streaming services.
Yeah.
Man, we got it good.
I mean, real good.
Yeah.
That's why we're going back to cable, guys. Go ahead and get your Disney bundle.
Right. Yeah, that's all. It's exactly going back to that.
It's full circle now, baby.
I didn't know you were a Chicago guy. That's where I'm from.
Yeah. What I've learned is Alan doesn't know much about me.
Well, here's the thing.
I had to remind him that you were on Detroiters.
I forgot because we love Detroiters.
Yeah.
No, because I watch Bust Down, so I was thinking of that.
Yo, you my man for that.
Oh, I wish that because they're done. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Rip Jack Knight.
Yeah, man. I miss him so much every day. Man, one of the best things that ever made. So proud of that joint. So thank you for being one of the 10 people that saw it.
I loved it, but I literally, you were in and out as Donut on Detroiters. Like,
I literally just watched that episode the other day.
I forgot all about it.
Funny, though.
Yeah, man. You know, I've been plugging away at this thing, bro. But
you've had some great roles. I mean,
but you remember the good shit.
Yeah.
So how?
Stuff, yeah.
It's okay. I'll get you.
Popstar was incredible.
I love doing that.
Such a funny movie, and you're so funny in it. But
so
where
how
is
did
it?
So where did you come up? Where did you start? Where did you?
I came up in
because I thought you were from Missouri or something.
I was.
Okay.
I am. I was born in St. Louis.
Oh, okay.
But we moved to Chicago when I was around 7 or 8 years old, and then we moved to the suburbs. So I went to the school out in the suburbs, but then I came up in the city. So I would go out.
You had to.
I had to.
Yeah.
Well,
where in the burbs were you?
Well, there were like Aurora and Naperville.
Oh, pardon me.
And there were like, I mean,
Naperville is aggressively clean, by the way.
Aggressively,
it's like
aggressively a lot of things.
But it's like
clean is a cool.
It's like they vacuumed the curbs out there.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh man, and a little touch of racism everywhere.
Yeah,
but
just a touch.
Just a touch of racism everywhere.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I was miserable a little bit there, but the city, man, the city's that's where my family was, my cousins were. That's where. I mean, when I was rapping, I was going back and forth to the city, and then when I switched up to comedy, I was going back and forth to the city again. And I was, I came up in Jokes and Notes, and I came up in the Second Cities. And, and all that. So I did both because it was
47th and MLK was Jokes and Notes.
Yeah,
boy.
it was RP to Jokes and Notes. Shout out to my mama Mary.
Yeah.
That was just a great club, but like it was such a segregated city as far as like. You could be in your bubbles if you wanted to, and I didn't want my comedy to just be restricted to a certain part of the city. So.
Well, because there are also only so many. Like I did stand up before this, and I got going like midway through college, and there used to be a place called the Checkerboard Lounge.
Still the Checkerboard Lounge.
Is it still? It's not Buddy Guy though. He like bailed.
No. It's been many hosts since then.
Yeah,
but it's still rough.
Up the street from where Jokes and Notes was.
Yeah,
but the Checkerboard Lounge used to do a night on Tuesdays. I'm talking like 90, 91.
Yeah,
when the city still had all the clubs, so you could still do Funny Firm and Improv and all those places.
Yeah.
But black shows were the ones that were like. The two guys I knew who were really going hard, they were like, you should just come to the Checkerboard Lounge.
Yeah, Checkerboard Lounge is hard.
And I kind of stuck out.
Yeah.
But it was a hard room, and I was like, boy, this is going to like get you good if you can do okay in here.
Yeah, man. Because people deciding whether to pay attention or eat their fries. Right. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a hard decision. Food was very good.
Right.
And people were very bad at that spot. But like, if you could rock that room, it was one of those rooms that's like, okay, you could rock that joint. You might get a gig out super south side, super south suburbs, like real deep.
Cal City or something.
Yeah.
So then you go to Second City. You're like, you kind of wanted to have a hand in both, or you wanted to try it out? Because a lot of people were like, well, I'm not sure if I want to be a lone wolf or I want to do the improv thing.
So I looked at comedy as a whole thing, and I looked at all these different ways to do comedy as different tools. So I was like, and everybody was telling me you either do stand up or you do improv. There was that big separation.
Talk about segregation.
Yeah.
Comedy in Chicago is
it's crazy. It's like, oh, you don't know improviser, I'm a stand up. And I'm like, all right, bro, none of y'all are in gangs. So it's like, I got friends who actually do that, and they don't act as ridiculous. But like, I was like, I'm gonna do it all. I'm gonna do it all. And if something's not vibing with me, then I just didn't know who I was as a comic or where my interests really were. I just was like, let me just try everything and see what sticks.
Yeah.
And then,
plus, audiences will tell you what's funny about you.
Yeah.
They'll tell you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so I remember my first year was really the deconstruction of my ego. Because I was coming from music, and music you always very braggadocious in that way, you know, and comedy is just not
that way,
at all. So I remember
because you can get humbled so quickly,
and I
doing
did
comedy in at every level.
Yeah,
like
no, absolutely, yeah. And I caught a couple bombs that really showed me what I wanted to get out of this. You know what I mean?
So did you go on the road with Second City at all, or were you in the touring company?
I was on a touring company. I was on the Green Coat because we smoked weed, and it was so much fun. That was the first time I left the country. It was the first time I had been traveling anywhere that wasn't like Mississippi. We went to Mississippi all the time to see my family and all that. But like yeah, man, like I opened my world up. I hadn't been to Rome until I toured with Second City. So Second City opened doors up, and they taught me how to travel broke. Cause like they were paying you, but not enough to live, but enough to get to your next gig, and that's all I needed. Nowadays, people hold their jobs and do this, which is so smart.
Right.
So smart, man. You don't have to.
Why didn't we think of that?
Yeah, man. I was all like, I quit my job. I'm sorry. I keep doing that.
I got it's all right. Some people are used to doing satellite.
Yeah. Man, I'm used to talking
podcasts and stuff.
Yeah, basically.
So did the Second City lead to SNL then?
That's what it feels like now that I'm looking back and telling a story like I'm reading it to a child.
Yeah.
But no, it was years before. It was years. Like I did Second City, and then I had this NBC sketch show. It was like produced by the producers of like The Voice. So it wasn't like the comedy side of NBC. It was like the other side of NBC. But they wanted to do a sketch show that could like that could be another option from SNL.
Mm-hmm.
And
anybody else come out of that? What was that show?
Yeah. So oh man, Blaine Swin. You know Blaine Swin, who does improvised Shakespeare in Chicago?
The name sounds familiar, but I don't know.
Alex, who was also on SNL, who just left. He was in that program with me. I call it a program. It was supposed to be a show. It was
program.
A program.
Yeah,
it was a program.
A program. So did you get SNL the first time you went out for it, or had you gone out for it a couple times?
I couldn't get an audition. I couldn't get an audition at Second City.
Not even the right.
I could not even right. Yeah. I couldn't get an audition, so I just said I don't want SNL. And then it wasn't until after Popstar, like way after, like a couple years after. And I was on the road, and that's when I got a call for an audition. I was actually on the road with Jay Farrow. I was in Louisiana, at that college when I got that call. And so I went from there to New York, and I auditioned.
Did he have anything to do with that? Did he put a bug in there at all? No, okay.
Not that I'm aware of, but no, we had just met. You know what I mean?
I see.
If he had it, that would have been nuts.
Crazy.
Yeah. But no, it was just ironic that
that
he had just left, and I was like opening up with him, you know. And then went to New York, auditioned, and then somebody said that I was in town and I got the job before I did. They reported it on like a vlog or something.
Yeah.
So it blew up while we were taking off, and I'm sitting next to like Melissa and Alex, who actually ended up getting it.
Okay.
and it said that me and Mikey, when Mikey got up.
I remember this.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do too. It was a nightmare.
I think I tweeted you. I was like, congrats, man.
Yeah, man. And the whole city was like, yeah. And because everybody had known how hard I worked.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I was like, I was funny. I was out funny in so many, shows and different things, but like I just wasn't giving my shot. You know what I mean? And yeah, I think that alone ruined it. I would say that my audition the second time around was definitely much better because I didn't.
Oh, that
care.
first time screwed you.
Oh yeah.
That
I didn't
leak.
Get it.
I see.
He doesn't like leaks.
Right.
Lauren don't like leaks.
Right.
Also, could definitely had not been that.
Yeah.
But
weird
that
coincidence.
Yeah,
it didn't help. Yeah.
Didn't help. And then the next year, I remember I had to clear my schedule for this audition that year. That next year they were like,
and you were living in New York or LA?
No, I was living in LA.
Yeah, okay.
I was not gonna go to New York unless I had a job.
Yep.
Like, cause I had already been broke in Chicago. I had been broke in LA.
Yep.
I was like, I'm not doing a broke traveling tour.
Right.
This is not what I'm about.
Right. Yeah.
So I was starting to make a little money, and I had like my places I could go up in LA. It took me 5 hours to do 5 sets in LA, but you can get it done if you want to.
Yeah. Right.
So I had my Uber bill was crazy. And then the second year, they were like, yo, they want to see you. And I'm like, nah. Because I was still bitter about how it all went down. Because no one, like, made a statement to be like, hey, this is a mistake.
Right.
It was just like, and then I even called this website who said it, and they were like, well, it's already getting clicks and shares. We can't do anything. And so I was just bitter. And then they were like, well, maybe you should just do it. And so I just threw the audition in with like 3 other shows that night.
Mm-hmm.
So I went and did 2 shows. I had a drink in my hand, and then I went to do that. But I was like solid because I had been touring. I didn't stop doing, you know what I mean? So everything just got tighter. And then I crushed that. And then I heard I got the call back, and I was like, oh, okay. And I took everything with stride, but then once I got the call from Lauren, I was like, "Oh, I think I won't."
Well, and I wonder if that's a recent development over the past few years, because back in the day, the word was always that it was almost like they didn't tell you that you got hired. Lauren would just go, "So do you want to come to New York?"
Yeah,
and you're going. So now, if they call you and go, "Hey, we'd like you to come on," that seems to be if that's what they did.
Well, they call you. I got the Lauren call when I was in Detroit.
Yeah.
I was in Detroit on tour. And I had just crushed in this hard room, and I was so we had been drinking late, and I woke up, and I remember getting a call, and they were like, "Lauren Michaels on the line," and I put pants on like he could see me.
Yeah,
it was crazy. I was like,
professional.
Puts you in a professional mindset, though.
Like, oh, hello.
Yeah,
like you just put pants on. No, but he was like, well, what do you think about living in New York? I'm like, is this a job offer, my boy? I'm like, yeah, man. But I was already on another show at the time. This show, Disjointed, that was on Netflix, and
that's with Kathy Bates,
Kathy
right?
Bates pod show,
yeah, with Kathy Bates and all that. And I was like, well, I don't know. I'm in first position in that. He's like, we'll figure it out. And I was like one man who can say that, and then you know he will.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But like for my first couple months on that show, I did not know if I was gonna keep the show because they were like him and Chuck were like going back and forth, and there was no firm answer. So I was like in this show for the first time ever, already high pressure, and I'm not even knowing if I'm gonna be there that next week. It was a crazy little first month.
Who was in your class with you?
Who, Heidi
Luke,
and
Luke Knoll and Heidi Gardner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We
I
had
know
Luke.
Luke. Yeah.
Luke's a funny dude. He's
Love Luke, man.
Yeah.
Funny guy, brother. Funny guy.
and she's still there.
Yeah.
And you put in a good 5-6 years. How long were you on?
I put in 5.
Yeah.
I put in a 5, little strong 5-er.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was nice. It was fun.
some big moments.
Yeah, man.
A lot of those songs are still getting clicks all these years later.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome. That's
the Stephen
awesome
A.
to
Smith impression, fantastic.
I love the Stephen A.
Yeah.
I you know what? I walked away from that show having a very different appreciation for impressions.
Yeah.
I always like character work. You used to stand up, you notice but I like stand up structure. I like jokes. Like I always thought impressions was something like juggling almost.
Yeah. Ventriloquism. kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
But audiences love it.
Love it.
And if you can nail it,
It's
everybody loves it.
yeah.
And if you can write well with it is when it
That's
comes
what I'm
together,
saying. And
yeah.
it's to see so many people that could really write and do impressions was nice. And that's made me start paying attention to like people who are actually like that do stand up who also can do like impressions that really well. Godfrey's really one of those guys who's like he's a stand up, but that man can do anybody. You know what I mean? And so like that's a kind of I was like, oh, that's fun. That's a fun thing. And so there's some things I picked up from that.
You got an Emmy at SNL, didn't you?
I did.
Good
The
for
first
you.
year. Didn't even know what I was winning. You know? I truly.
They submitted you and you won.
I truly didn't understand. Like I was like, oh, that boring show my parents watch. You know, I didn't watch the Emmys. I didn't do this for like that.
Right.
But it was an awesome moment, man. I wish I had known how big that was then.
What was like all the madness with like being on the show with Pete during all that stuff?
Dog, that
had to be.
We were
insane.
the closest. We were the closest we ever were when he started dating Ariana. I saw all of it. You know what I mean?
Did he come on the show behind you?
No,
or he was already there.
Oh, P had been there for.
Oh, okay.
a long time.
I don't remember the timeline of it.
No, he
got on like 2013.
He went there after middle school or something like that.
Yeah,
He was like the youngest guy to do the thing and blah blah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean that was crazy. You know what I mean? It was wild. He had the best stories in the room.
Of course,
yeah.
You know what I mean? But Pete's a good dude, you know what I mean? It was cool to see stuff happen. It's almost with that place it's so stressful, and it's built for this. It's built to be that sometimes you don't really see how good you got it until you leave, and then you're like, oh, that was because I was like seeing his life, but he was still getting mistreated in certain ways. So he was still mad about certain stuff, and I'm like, bro, you don't understand what a conversation with you is like. This
You're breathing different air.
Yeah, this is crazy, bro.
But
I did the same thing. I think everybody does that.
And anybody who goes through SNL, you all kind of have, it's like a mental secret handshake from that point on.
Yeah, yeah.
Because everybody's been in that fraternity, and
it's like going to war, but none of us fought. You know what I mean?
Right.
But we all went there.
You all understand the process.
Yeah, we all understand the training that it took.
But
you know,
and that Keenan's gonna be there no matter what.
Yeah. I think he's gonna put the chairs on the tables when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
You know?
That's another show that should have run longer. Was Keenan's show.
Yeah, man.
Don Johnson and
oh man, it was a nice little recipe of people.
Yeah, it was good. Well, Chris Redd is at Hilarities this weekend, 7 o'clock and 9:45 tonight and tomorrow night. Chris Redd is on Instagram, yeah?
Yeah, man. I thought I was being clever by naming it that, because like Chris Redd is and whatever the picture's doing, right?
Right.
But now people just think my last name is Reddis, which is so frustrating.
Right.
Like, yo, Reddis, what's up? I'm like, you don't know me, and it's Red.
It's Red.
God.
Well, I'm glad I finally got to meet you, man. Thank you for coming in.
It's good to meet you too,
Absolutely. Go to hilarities.com for the tickets, or you can walk right up and just get them at the box office. And we'll take a break. 35192. Text me for anything there. You can watch live if you like at alancoxshow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Crystal, I've heard that some women, if they go out on a first date, they purposely won't shave. That way, they won't be tempted to put out to the guy on the first date because they're embarrassed about what's down there. Have you ever done that?
No, I'm a slut. And if we like each other, I want to have the option. I don't want to have to be like, oh, no, I have to turn him down right now.
You're basically saying, how fast can I spread my legs for this guy?
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Get Spectrum, internet, mobile, and TV. Restrictions apply. Visit spectrum.com for details.
Hey, it's Charlie. You could win a backyard barbecue at your house with me, WMMS, and Circle K. Register right now at WMMS.com. Be the lucky winner of the ultimate backyard barbecue from Circle K. Prizes, Bud Light swag, food, and more. You invite your friends. We bring the barbecue, hosted by me and WMMS. Go to WMMS.com right now to register. Contest ends in June, and one lucky winner will get the ultimate backyard barbecue brought to you by Circle K. Also, don't forget to join Circle K's Inner Circle.
Hey, Mackenzie here for Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Shop over 10,000 new and used vehicles online at kenganleyauto.com. Select your vehicle, arrange financing, value your trade-in, and get our lowest price. With 28 brands and 52 locations, we've got a vehicle for every budget. Get it all at kenganleyauto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The celebration continues at the all-new state-of-the-art Spitzer Motor City Jeep Ram. We're celebrating our grand opening by giving you more selection. Now shop over 400 new vehicles. Get more savings with additional Spitzer discounts, additional factory incentives on all new Jeeps and Rams during the It's the Season event, and huge trade allowances that you won't find anywhere else. Swag more, spend less during the grand opening of the all-new Spitzer Motor City Jeep Ram.
Our world revolves around you. Franklin University makes it possible.
Follow your passion with Ohio's #1 nonprofit university for online degrees. Choose Franklin University's accredited K-12 education degrees that blend 100% online coursework with in-field placements to help you meet Ohio's teacher licensure requirements. Get started this summer at franklin.edu.
Franklin University makes it possible.
Ever wolfed down a Big Mac and thought, I could use some extra cash? Mm-hmm. Meet Drop, the ultimate rewards app. Earn free gift cards for getting your daily coffee or late-night drive-thru effortlessly. Just link a card, shop, and watch rewards stack. With Drop, it's like getting paid to indulge. Download Drop now and start earning. Use the code DROP22 for $5 in points instantly.
At Petiti.
Hi, I'm AJ Petiti. Shop at TD Garden Centers now for buy one, get one free on annual flats and hanging baskets, plus buy one, get one half off on annual combo planters and outdoor ceramic pottery. Petiti's, we're locally grown and family owned.
This Father's Day, the Home Depot has same-day delivery on the perfect gift to help Dad be everything he can be. Because your dad is more than just a dad. He's groundskeeper of the yard, the perfecter of the patio, and the cleaner of the clippings. Let the Home Depot help power Dad's doing with the convenience and gas-like power of Milwaukee cordless outdoor tools. Plus, get up to $150 off select Milwaukee tools. For everything Dad is, find the perfect gift at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Order select and stock items by 4 p.m. subject to availability.
Hi, Drew and Jonathan Scott here, reminding you that American Family Insurance agents can help build a customized renter's policy so you can protect stuff like this, or even this. Oh, well, case in point. Life's better when you're under American Family's roof. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo. Order this smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch. The smokestack will have you coming back for more all summer. Plus, the Roadhog rib sandwich is back. A juicy rib patty with sweet and smoky barbecue sauce, cheddar, pickles, and crispy onions. Served on a King's Hawaiian bun. Order the smokestack or Roadhog in the GetGo app before you hit the road. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Motorcycle, ATV, and side-by-side riders. This Friday and Saturday, June 7th and 8th, is the massive tent sale event at Polaris Medina. New and used bikes and ATVs, parts and apparel, scratch and dent. This event has it all under one giant tent. Don't miss the Polaris Medina tent sale event Friday and Saturday at 10 a.m., rain or shine.
AAA membership is a great gift for dads and grads that provides the safety and security of 24/7 roadside assistance and year-round savings with exclusive member-only discounts. A gift that really does keep on giving. Right now, you'll save $20 on a new AAA gift membership. Plus, you'll get a $20 gift card. Call or visit your local AAA East Central branch office or go to AAA.com/gift. Hurry, this is a limited time offer.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Deep Cuts, a commercial-free station featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists. Just search Deep Cuts and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A day to remember. The least anticipated album tour. Friday, June 14th at Jacobs Pavilion. A day to remember with special guests. The Story So Far, 4 Years Strong, and Military Gun. Tickets on sale now at AXS.com. The wait is over. Don't miss A Day to Remember.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Traffic. From the Oak and Elk Traffic Center, Serious Lawyers for Serious Injuries, call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. The accident should be cleared up, if not already. Opportunity Corridor near Kinsman Road. An incident reported on Big Creek Parkway near Stump Road. In Westlake, crash cleanup, Schwartz Road at Bradley Road. And if you're traveling along Route 8 southbound, there's a crash in the left lane at Glenwood, backing traffic towards Howe Road. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Get the guaranteed lowest prices on Tempur-Pedic Beauty Rest in Purple and 0% interest for 72 months. The big mattress event at Levin with incredible combined discounts, our longest finance offer, and free next-day delivery. Now at Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Hey, this is Brad from Cage the Elephant. What up? It's Jay Chant from Cage the Elephant.
No rest for the wicked. Get ready, because iHeartRadio is sending you to the first 2 stops on Cage the Elephant's tour.
Pack your bags. You can be iHeart's roving concert reporter. Come see us live. First, you'll be there in Salt Lake City to see us kick off the tour. Then hop on a flight to see our second show in Seattle.
You'll have VIP access for sound check.
Come backstage and come a little closer. You get to come backstage and interview some of the band, complete with the VIP photo op.
All thanks to Live Nation.
We're going to get you there for free. For your chance to win, just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
If you can't beat them, join them. And if you can't join them, send a strongly worded letter asking why your application was rejected. Another helpful tip from the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians are in Miami tonight. First of 3 against the Marlins. Tonight they start up at 7:10, so we'll roll out around 6:30. 6:40 is when your pregame coverage will begin. Where do the Marlins play? Lone Depot Park. It rolls right off the tongue. Who doesn't, Florida residents who don't cast their minds back to nostalgic days at Lone. I thought they played at Joe Robbie back in the day, didn't they? Didn't the Marlins play Joe Robbie Stadium when they first started?
Was probably
25 years ago.
Yeah.
Lone Depot Park. Well, it's 86 and cloudy in Miami right now, so. But they have a roof on Lone Depot Park. It is considered the greenest MLB park out of all the teams in terms of its environmental footprint.
Oh.
Very green park. I assume because of the loan.
Well.
Anywho. Hey, Gaylord called earlier, and he mentioned, and I only say this now because nobody has beaten the record yet. He's planning on setting the record for the distance that a fan of the show will go to see Bill perform live.
This that we know of. I'm sure people have traveled quite a bit.
You think so? More than 90 minutes?
Of course.
Gaylord, who will be traveling from Wellington to Madison, where Bill's show is. That's tomorrow night?
That's tomorrow night, 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 9 p.m. BillSquire.com for tickets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't send him there early or late.
I'm sure he'll get there early.
Do you have big things planned for Miss Around the Corner tonight? We've been talking about this now for a couple of weeks. We've talked about it with Bridget Linton, of course, when she sits in for Mary because she's well-versed in the pageant world, and she seemed to take a bit of umbrage at how you described your judging style. Mary, yesterday, when it came up, she didn't even know what was going on when I mentioned it, and she was positively perplexed. She thinks that it's bananas. Neither one of those girls, by the way, is on your side when it comes to this.
Haters
And
gonna
that
hate
should-
Alan. They hate us
I
because
know.
they hate us.
That should just make
They're just
you.
mad they're not in it. They're not gonna be at
They
around
should
the
make
corner.
that should make you stronger. You should
Actually,
be, their derision should
I know
make.
Bridget's got to be up early tomorrow because she was possibly going to host it, but
Yeah.
I'm going to see if she's going to pop out.
Mm-hmm.
But
somebody's going to pop out.
Hey, I'm excited. So it's me, Pants, and Tommy from
Mhm.
my podcast Cleveland America, and we're meeting up beforehand to
go over strategy?
strategize with some beverages.
Yeah,
So-
because don't get too deep into it though. You don't want to be like on the floor by game time. I mean,
No,
this
nothing
thing doesn't
like
start
that.
till 11 o'clock.
Listen, I know what I'm doing, but we're gonna go in there feeling real good. Like
Yeah.
I know, I have a plan, and I'm gonna, it's definitely an Ubering night.
Yep.
Like I'm going with that philosophy, and I'm gonna go out there and figure out which girl deserves
Judge your ass
to
off.
be Miss Around the Corner. And I hope you guys come join us because it's gonna be a good time.
Now, how will you
11
guys?
p.m. is really bumming me out.
I think that's the perfect time to start something like that.
I mean, it is,
You don't want it
but
at 8 o'clock.
I'm just gonna be like, I'll be fine. I'm
gotta
drinking
pace
coffee.
yourself.
I slept plenty. I'll be okay. But it's just 11 o'clock is late for me these days.
You're rested and ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, how do you think that the strategy will play? How will you guys strategize?
Because
you're not judging as a group.
We're not judging individually.
Yep.
And I don't know if we're gonna have a mic and like be giving feedback as it happens. I might just be loud. I might bring my own speaker. Maybe I don't know.
Mhm.
But
Well, that's
we're
fine,
gonna,
too.
We're gonna have fun. We're gonna have fun. It's gonna be silly and good. Lighthearted.
Yeah.
And hot girls in cocktail dresses and bikinis. So
Do you have any idea of how many girls are in the contest?
let me text and see.
And what is the prize?
There's like a cash prize. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
Mhm.
And then you get the title, which is the real prize of Miss Around the Corner.
And they've been doing it for a while, right? This is like the 15th annual Miss Around the Corner, was my understanding. That this is not the inaugural. I mean, this isn't the first time.
No,
you're
this is the
doing
15th annual.
it. Yeah, they've been doing it for a while. Well, that'll be exciting. And unfortunately, since we're out on Monday, I won't get the results until Tuesday. I'll really be.
I can text you if you want. You want
You know
photos
what?
and videos? and-
Text it to me Monday morning when I'm at my dad's anniversary mass.
Perfect, yeah.
Yep. I'll feel my phone vibrate and I'll look down and I'll go, oh. And my mom will ask me what's happening, and I'll say, Bill is texting me the results of Miss Around the Corner, Mom. Stop asking me questions.
Yeah, Dad's not gonna. Dad, this is what Dad would have wanted.
It's not going to bring him back, Mom,
Mhm.
if I get this information. Al and I work for the company that owns TJ Maxx, and they're starting to distribute body cam. Oh, yeah. Did you read about this? That people who are working, there's a company that owns TJ Maxx and Marshalls, and they're starting to distribute body cameras to their employees. And this is kind of a pilot program to see if other companies pick this up, because everybody now is a frigging maniac in public. And so people at these stores, especially places with respect, like TJ Maxx and Marshalls, where it just looks like the fall of Saigon in there. It looks like something exploded in every aisle. And so a lot of these workers are now wearing body cameras. The security people are definitely wearing them, but the retail clerks are going to start wearing some of them too. TJ Maxx, Marshalls, and Home Goods. TJX is the company. And they're going to be equipping some store employees with body cameras to, of course, thwart shoplifting. But also, it's very telling the order that they put them in to stop shoplifting and keep our employees safe, because that is very much the order in which they're thinking of this.
Right.
We don't want our stuff stolen. Oh, and by the way,
And our employees.
and customers safe. It's a de-escalation, said their finance chief, where people are less likely to do something when they're being videotaped. What century is this guy living in, by the way? People are less likely to do something if they're being videotaped. Yes, people who are operating under normal societal guidelines might feel that way, but the people who you're concerned with aren't acting like that. Stores already have security cameras to catch people stealing stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't think this is... I think they're just going to lead to more viral videos.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
They'll make up their money that way. They'll
Yeah.
be like, hey, TJ Maxx is going viral again for...
They'll
all these
license their
shoplifting."
videos?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
just monetize them on YouTube and Instagram.
for our purposes, this is a great development because
sure.
there's going to be amazing videos. 35% of U.S. retailers last year, the National Retail Federation said that they were looking into potential body cameras for employees. And, unlike the police, you'll probably get in trouble if you turn yours off. But a lot of these stores, in a lot of these cities, it's no joke when people run in with empty garbage bags and run out full of stuff and nobody stops them. So these companies are like, yeah, we got to do something. But again, it's kind of, what do you expect the employees to do? Because if they're walking around, with a body camera on, that's fine. But it's not like they're going to intervene. You're not paying them enough to deal with that. And if somebody comes in really looking to cause some trouble, then you're going to have everybody running in the opposite direction. So you're not going to get any video. One TJ Maxx retail worker in Florida said the body cameras were just for show and that they certainly didn't make employees feel any safer. Well, yeah, I figured that was just assumed. They're like, we've got these security workers, who have their security vest on or whatever, and they've got the camera on the vest. But, if they go, Barb over in aisle 4, line 4, whatever it is, checkout 4.
You may now proceed.
Yeah, proceed. It dings.
Register
And
4.
yeah. 4 is now open.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very interested to see how this is going to play out. The retail clerks wearing body cameras.
And I was told, going back to Miss Around the Corner, there are at least 11 contestants. There's two possible. There might be 13.
Oh, lucky number.
Yeah.
So it could be a couple of wild card candidates.
Yeah. That's a
That means
good
there's a
amount
couple
of contestants.
That means there's a couple of last minute girls. They're begging to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which means they're the hottest ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Well, fingers crossed for that to all work out. Al and I work for a company that provides components for body cameras. I'm curious to find out if we're going to get orders from the TJ Maxx company now. Yeah, you might. You might. Why do you think so many people act so effed uply in public now? Well, the pandemic didn't help.
People have always been acting this way. It's just getting filmed now.
Well, it's getting filmed now, but there is... You can't convince me that there hasn't been an advance in the level of aggression that is out there now. I mean, a lot of people forgot how to act in public. Now, again, I don't think... Listen, I think the bulk of any body camera retail video you get is going to be some Karen screaming. It's not going to be somebody walking in there,
stealing.
Or swinging a knife at people, or it's not going to be like that. But it's going to be a lot of Karens on camera. Karen on camera. That'll be the show they'll do on YouTube. They'll spell them both with a K.
Yeah.
And they'll put it on YouTube. TJ Maxx and Marshalls present Karen on camera. Yeah. And, I don't know. I mean, I think back to my retail days, and if we had body cameras, it wouldn't have done anything. Most of the cameras in the Blockbuster video that I managed, there were more cameras on the safe in the manager's office than there were in the body of the store to make sure that nobody who had access to the safe
was skimming,
slipping a 20 in their pocket before they took the deposit down to the bank. Because you had these zipper bank bags with a key and you'd walk them to the bank, and you had to do it at a different time all the time. So if anybody was paying attention, they couldn't nail down the fact that you were doing it at the same time and then rob you on the street and take your deposit. And I had to tell assistant managers that. I'd be like, hey, don't go, if you're making the drop at the bank, don't go the same time every day. Because all somebody's got to do is watch the store and clock when you're going, and they're going to scoop that right up. So you got to change it up. And I had one girl who just could not get that through her head. Just couldn't get it through her head. It was part of her routine to take the drop from the night before and take it to the bank in the morning. She wanted to get, I don't know, she didn't want to.
That's like the most frustrating thing when it's like, you tell someone again and again and again, and they're just like, nah, I'm not going to learn. I'm not going to learn. I'm not going to do it right.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that wasn't going to be, working at Blockbuster Video was not going to be my career either. But my thought was,
nobody's career.
Well, some people were there a long time, boy. I mean, when I started managing my store, I was replacing a guy who had been with the company, since, I mean, this guy was like late 40s, and he'd been there since he was a teen. So, but my thought is, but if you're doing this job, you don't want to be on the hook for like a day's deposit. And I don't know if she didn't want to wait or what, but she wanted to get there when the bank opened. And it was just a couple of blocks away, but you were walking. And I'm like, please mix up the times that you go and you take. I said, or else I'm going to have to start doing it, and I don't want to have to do it all the time. That's what you guys are for, to assist me. Hence the assistant manager part. And this one girl, it was pure coincidence that she never got robbed, because she went the same time every morning when she worked. And I'm like, okay, well. A lot of cameras are to train the AI robots how to do the employee's job, first-person view. That's the conspiracy I'm going with. I got to tell you, when it comes to companies trying to maximize their profits and minimize their costs, I don't think anything like that is a conspiracy.
No, not at all.
It's all out in front of us.
Yeah.
I was reading this
They already
thing.
have us doing half the job anyway in most of these places where we're checking out and doing self-checkout. I mean, not at like TJ Maxx and stuff, but at grocery stores and Target and Walmart. So.
I was reading an article the other day on AI assistants, right? This is how they keep selling AI to us. Is they're like, oh, it's going to let people, it's going to free up so much time.
Mm-hmm.
And the CEO of Zoom, which, they had their moment during the pandemic, and obviously they're still around, but I mean, they're not, I guess they're still being used.
Not nearly. I mean, we use it every day.
Yeah. But the CEO was talking to one of these tech sites, and he goes, pretty soon we're going to have like, people will have like a digital twin, and it'll be great because they'll be doing 90% of the work, which will free you up. And I'm like, dude, there's no situation in which something doing 90% of the work is going to let you keep your job, because that's what they'll go with. Well, it's doing 90% of the work, so we don't need you now. So that's why people are, get nervous of that kind of stuff. So I don't think anything like that when it comes to AI and companies using it. I don't think any of that stuff is conspiratorial. Hey, Mark.
Yes.
What's going on?
Yeah. Well, hi. I used to listen to Rover's Morning Glory for like years, but then I got a job that now I got to be at work at 6 a.m. So now I listen to you guys when I get off of work.
Yeah.
And I love you guys.
Hey, thank you.
You guys are great.
Thank you.
Yeah. But, like you were talking about the hidden cameras and all stuff, and the employees. So I worked for this company, and I was standing by the door one day, and I saw this guy like running out the door like real fast, and then I see one of my employees just running behind him. So if you run to the parking lot, you get fired. So I ran behind him thinking that the guy was probably stealing, and the employee was chasing after him. So I'm like screaming like, stop, don't chase him. So he stops and he tells me what really happened. So I guess a customer came in and asked him where the electrical area was, and he pointed, towards the side where the electrical was. But the guy ended up going to the paint department, and he got mad because he thought that my employee was, messing with him. So the guy came back, walked up to my employee, slapped the phone out of his. We have these like phones, we can change accounts and do different things and find things. And he just slapped the phone out of his hand into the floor, then punched him in the face and spit on him.
Oh, sheesh.
And then ran out.
Wow.
Yeah, and he ran. And my employee, he got mad. We went after him. And my employee, he's like one of those real quiet ones that like don't talk to anybody. He's real quiet and soft and nice. But man, when I saw him running and stuff, I thought like some big shit was going on, and it was like.
Well, not only that, Mark, but because that qualifies as assault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, in the area he was in, there was no cameras. So because they didn't catch it or anything, they actually didn't do nothing about it, to the point where, like, 2 weeks later, my employee just said, fuck it, I'll quit.
Nope. I hope this dumb bug.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I don't know. Who knows?
I use it a bunch of times today. I think today's like a record.
It really is, yes. They're going to get my fingerprint on the dump button today. Yeah. All right, I got a break. We got the Bill Squire Friday Get Down in under an hour. I'll have that last $50 for you to check out Blue Heron Brewery in Medina. It comes highly recommended. They got a great patio. Ohio craft brewers all voted and said that they are the best thing going out there. So, $50 gift card to Blue Heron Brewery when we get back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights on one stage.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and more.
Never seen before collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
Tickets go on sale Friday, June 14th.
But starting June 12th at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet?
Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, a slight chance of early evening rain, then partly cloudy, low 53. Tomorrow, sunshine, getting up to 77. Sunday, mostly sunny with a slight chance of rain. Sunday's high, 74.
This report is sponsored by Buffalo Wild Wings. Head to Buffalo Wild Wings for all-you-can-eat boneless wings and fries on Mondays and Wednesdays for just $19.99. Dine-in only at participating locations. Taxes and fees, including service, extra. Not available with BWW Go. May not be combined with any other discounts or offers.
The Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event is going on now at Ken Gailey Kia. We've posted prices so you can see your savings immediately. Over 800 Kias on sale. Buy a Kia and save thousands with 0% financing for 60 months. Drive a 2024 Kia Telluride, $299 lease per month. Seltos, $139 lease per month. Forte, $89 lease per month. These are 24-month leases with $34.95 due at signing, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Got a trade? We want to pay it off, regardless of what you owe. Buy a Kia and save thousands with 0% financing for 60 months at Ken Gailey Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. KenGaileyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see you in a Ken Gailey Kia.
0 APR, 1667 per thousand financed on a 24 EV6. Leases 20 cents per mile over 10K miles per year, plus tax, tag, title, and dock fee with KMF credit approval. Expires 7/8/24.
It's a bold new dawn for the Federalist. Between harvest season and happy hour, we took America's craft wine and refined it. Blazed a fresh trail from barrel to bottle to find flavor in the details. So consider this our reintroduction. Boldly reinvented, boldly redesigned, boldly reclaiming the American table. Because here, we're not born bold, just refined that way. The Federalist, boldly refined. The Federalist, Lodi, California. Enjoy responsibly.
If you're looking for the most epic place on Earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Hey, McKinsey here for Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Shop over 10,000 new and used vehicles online at kenganleyauto.com. Select your vehicle, arrange financing, value your trade-in, and get our lowest price. With 28 brands and 52 locations, we've got a vehicle for every budget. Get it all at kenganleyauto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
A day to remember. The least anticipated album tour. Friday, June 14th at Jacobs Pavilion. A day to remember with special guests. The Story So Far, 4 Years Strong, and Military Gun. Tickets on sale now at AXS.com. The wait is over. Don't miss A Day to Remember.
At KeyBank, we know a small moment like,
ooh, these sandals would go really well with a beach,
can lead to an even bigger question like,
should I splurge on a trip this year?
And that's the type of moment where we'll meet you with financial advice on everything from budgeting for travel to building savings. So maybe that destination isn't too far off. What do you think, Cindy?
I think these sunglasses would go well with a tiny umbrella drink.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
Spectrum Internet has enough speed to handle all your needs, so you can work, game, and stream with speeds up to a gig. Plus, Spectrum's advanced Wi-Fi provides enhanced security for all your connected devices. Get Spectrum Internet with fast and reliable speeds, starting at just $29.99 a month with a 2-year price guarantee. Visit spectrum.com/internet for you for full details. Offer subject to change, valid for qualified residential customers only. Restrictions apply.
You want a sub stacked high with meat and cheese? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want an off-the-charts radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a grizzled cowboy. The sheriff doesn't like the look of me. He challenges me to a duel. We draw, and bang, I go down. But the Jersey Mike sub in my pocket, stacked with layers of meat and cheese, saves me. Everyone cheers. I'm the new sheriff. And I renamed the town Fresh Slicington. Subs always stacked high. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, it's Charlie. You could win a backyard barbecue at your house with me, WMMS, and Circle K. Register right now at WMMS.com. Be the lucky winner of the ultimate backyard barbecue from Circle K. Prizes, Bud Light swag, food, and more. You invite your friends. We bring the barbecue. Hosted by me and WMMS. Go to WMMS.com right now to register. Contest ends in June, and one lucky winner will get the ultimate backyard barbecue brought to you by Circle K. Also, don't forget to join Circle K's Inner Circle.
Look out for Put-in-Bay, the island getaway you've been waiting for. Be it a day or a weekend, you can enjoy all sorts of shops, dining, and entertainment. Plan your perfect trip today at visitputinbay.com. Have an everyday island getaway.
A healthy body needs good food. This summer, the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce is sponsoring Sun Meals, a summer food program where kids eat free. Children under 18 receive healthy meals and no sign-up is required. Locations may be right in your neighborhood. Call 1-866-348-6479 or visit education.ohio.gov/kidseat for meal locations and times. That's education.ohio.gov/kidseat.
Cleveland Clothing Company, the land's one-stop shop for all things Cleveland. Shop Cleveland tees, hoodies, accessories, and of course, the official MMS Buzzard gear at their 4 locations around town and online. Use the word Cardinal all month long for 20% off at checkout. Shop now at clevelandclothing.com, the brand of the land.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. Like 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. Switch today.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details.
So I just went to Kohl's to shop their first ever customer appreciation event. And now I'm here to spill the details. Because I'm a Kohl's cardholder, I got an extra 30% off. Or if you're a rewards member, you get 20% off. Even non-members can save with 15% off. And as an added bonus, Kohl's also has great prices on Father's Day gifts, like top activewear, Sephora cologne, grilling gear, and more. So what are you waiting for? Don't miss out. Hurry to Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end June 16th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Traffic. From the Elk Traffic Center, serious lawyers for serious injuries, call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Travel on the Inner Belt South looks good up to posted speeds between Dead Man's Curve and across the Inner Belt Bridge. The earlier accident, Big Creek Parkway near Stump, has been cleared. In Westlake, crash cleanup continues, Schwartz Road at Bradley Road. And the crash on Route 8 South at Glenwood cleared away, traffic recovering from Howe Road. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by COSI, Center of Science and Industry.
Transport yourself back in time and explore the fascinating and harrowing story of Titanic's maiden voyage. Don't miss Titanic, the Artifact Exhibition, now open at COSI, featuring over 200 authentic artifacts, room recreations, and more. Tickets on sale now. Book your voyage at COSI.org.
While some streaming companies keep raising their prices, the iHeartRadio app is still free. And free never sounded so good. Thousands of radio stations from all over the country playing your favorite music, 500,000 podcasts, thousands of playlists for every mood, over 100 commercial-free music channels, and over 100 million songs to fill your favorite playlist. Download the always free iHeartRadio app and start listening now.
All right, you want to get yourself $50 to Blue Heron Brewery in Medina, the place to go for anytime you want to get out. Have a good date night, family night, whatever it is. Voted best brewery by Ohio craft brewers. They got a great menu. The patio is solid. That's all you want this time of year, man. It's not rocket science. You can reserve your spot now. Just go to blueheronmedina.com, and we'll start you off with $50. You get my last gift card this week. So good luck. Caller 10, this is yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Have you ever been impregnated with excitement? Well, it looks like you're showing. Welcome back to your new daddy, Alan Cox.
On WMMS.
Got the Bill Squire Friday. Get down, straight ahead. That's how we begin the weekend around these parts. Maybe you're new to the program. Boy, are you in for a treat. Next week on the show, I will have a lot of tickets and passes for you to get yourself into a variety of exciting situations. The band Switchfoot is doing the 20th anniversary tour for their album The Beautiful Letdown, and they will play the House of Blues around the corner here on October the 3rd. The band Ghost is debuting their feature film. It's called Right Here, Right Now. They shot a couple of nights at the Kia Forum in L.A., and they there's like a narrative story in it. Metallica tried this about 10 years ago. They did a movie called Through the Never, and it was part concert footage and part dude running around, and, you know. Let's hope that Ghost has a better time of it than Metallica did. But if you're a Ghost fan, I will have passes for you for the screening of that. Also, you want to join Bill on the Cleveland Funny Bus. He is your host this coming Wednesday. The next 2 weeks with us are sold out. You might still be able to get tickets for our bus on the 26th. And that'll be the last one for the Alan Cox Show run. You can go to funnybus.net. But I will have we're out Monday. I'll have both of those pair of tickets for you on Tuesday. I want to go see Bert Kreischer. The 3rd annual Fully Loaded Comedy Festival is a week from Thursday. That's the 20th. At the Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton. Bert Kreischer, Tony Hinchcliffe, Whitney Cummings, Ralph Barbosa. I heard Joe DeRosa's name in the commercial. Dan Soder and more. And then Sepultura. They are doing their farewell tour in the States, 2 hours to midnight, presenting Sepultura at the Agora in October with Obituary and Agnostic Front. Very exciting. Can't wait for that show. So that's all next week. Hey, Ricardo.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
How are you, man?
Good, good. Mr. Bill?
Hey, what's up, Ricardo?
Hey, I just got done cleaning myself. There was a late 70s, early 80s Porsche 911 Carrera driving down the street. Oh, beautiful red. I know you like them, so.
Don't you drive a Porsche, Ricardo?
I have one, yes, I do.
Yep.
But yeah, this was beautiful, man. Guardsman red. There was two dudes driving it. Combined, I would have had 140, 150 years combined there. The old dudes driving this thing. Beautiful car. Anyway, so dropping off money or picking off money from the bank in a third world country? You want me to fill you in on that?
In a third world, in case I ever find myself needing that information, yes, very much so.
So we had a company growing up, it's 20-something years ago back home, Honduras, we know this. And so it was either my brother or myself that would go weekly to go pick up payroll, usually Thursdays or Fridays before payday, whatever. And the way we did it is that we had an array of to-go containers or paper bags from all sorts of different restaurants around town that we kept in a drawer so that day you go to the drawer, you pick your poison, you go to the bank, you pull out, you put it in the bag, go through the drive-thru or place an order of the same establishment, and you bring lunch to the office on the same type of paper bag of the payroll.
You had to do a decoy.
Exactly. That was what we did for years and years and years, and knock on wood, it never had a problem. But we hear some stories back then. It was bad. It was really, really bad. So I get you where you're coming from. So figure I fill you in.
Yeah, man. We
hackery.
didn't. Yeah, we didn't have to go to those lengths from the Blockbuster video. But listen, if they ever revive that chain, and they call me, and they go, "Hey, we're opening up in Honduras." What are your thoughts?
Oh my God!
And I'll say,
when they first. Funny you mention it. When they first opened, this is years ago, because, franchises and whatnot, there was lines around the corner to rent movies at Blockbuster and Hollywood Video back home.
I'm sure.
Insane.
I'm sure.
It was sliced bread. It was awesome.
Yeah. Well,
but anyway,
okay.
I'll let you guys in a little bit of that. Love the show. Hate you guys, but have a wonderful weekend and happy Father's Day.
Thank you, Ricardo. Adios. I appreciate it. Happy Father's Day as well. Hey, let me give you this. It's the last one this week. We're doing that iHeartRadio Music Festival, and that means that you can end up in Vegas this September, the 20th and the 21st of that month. We go back to the T-Mobile Arena this year. The Black Crowes are one of your headliners, and Hozier and Paramore is playing, and Keith Urban is back doing it, and Gwen Stefani, and a whole lot of other exciting performances, never before seen collaborations is what I always hear. And so we're giving away these trips before the tickets go on sale next week, before everybody else gets their grubby little mitts on them. You can be all set. It's tickets to the festival. We fly you out, hotel, $1,000 thrown in as well. And so this is your last chance to win this week. So listen closely and good luck.
Now your chance at $1,000 and a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword LUCKY to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's LUCKY to 200-200.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, tell me where you do that. Let me know that you're out there. Ashley's in Polson, Montana. Zach is in Memphis. Tom is down in Naples, Florida. Melinda listens to the show in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And Phil is in Auburn, Alabama. War Eagle And we have a handful of Canadian bureau chiefs. We've got Ray in Vancouver, Robin and Phil are in Toronto. We don't have anybody in Regina, Saskatchewan. I think that is Ryan Reynolds' hometown, but I don't think he's the only notable alumnus from the town of Regina, Saskatchewan. It's not far from the Montana border. I don't know if any of our Montana bureau chiefs are close to Regina, but they're in the news today because of Rob Schneider. Rob, did you see the Rob Schneider story?
Yeah.
He got the hook, like at the Apollo Theater, the Sandman would come out and brush you off. And this just happened to him. And this is not his fault. Rob Schneider keeps getting booed off stage and cut off in the middle of sets he's doing at charity events. And this is not his fault. These organizations that do zero homework and then freak out, I don't understand. He's not the you can do it guy, you know? He's not the making copies guy anymore. He's not Deuce Bigelow. He's the Fox News comedian. They love him. His stand-up special airs on whatever their digital platform is. So this is not a Rob Schneider problem. Everyone in the room was groaning, somebody said. The second time this has happened to him. He keeps getting booked for charity gigs, which that's nice of him to do because traditionally you don't get paid for those. Maybe you
I
do.
think the ones he's doing.
You think so? Okay. I mean, yeah, he wants to make money, but
Yeah.
a lot of times you go, I'll donate this to the organization.
Well, it's a difference. A charity gig, you're probably doing for free. A fundraiser.
Is that what this was?
So I think this is a fundraiser.
This says charity gala to benefit the Hospitals of Regina Foundation.
Yeah, my guess is this was a fundraiser.
Okay.
Yeah. If it's got the word gala in it, I think he's probably getting paid.
That's the distinction?
Yeah.
A gala, because everybody's in gowns and a black tie?
Yes.
Black tie. The comedian was roundly booed during his performance. This is the second time in 6 weeks this has happened at a charity event. He was cut off in the middle of his set and asked to leave the stage.
Which he did.
Which he did. Because he's still getting paid. Guess what? You get paid all the money. Even if you know.
There are times when you don't. If they feel like you, I'm sure he's got a contract.
Well, I was going to say, they might try to weasel
out
out of it, but that's why you get an ironclad thing.
Yeah.
Hey, if I get booed off stage, I still get $5,000. Schneider regaled the fundraiser with a routine full of anti-vax and anti-trans jokes.
That's what he does.
That is what he does now, yes. That's why his hour is streaming on Fox. His hour is called Woke Up in America, right? Get it?
They love that woke word.
After the boos and several people walking out, he was asked to leave the stage before he could finish his routine. People started whispering to themselves. No one was laughing. It was apparent how uncomfortable everybody felt. Because you figure, irrespective of what organization you're talking to, you kind of want to keep it politically neutral for these kinds of events.
For these kinds of events, yeah.
Trust me, there's a lot of people who are probably like laughing in their heads, right, at Rob Schneider in a room like that, a foundation for a hospital. There's plenty of people who are Republicans in a room like that. But
I'm surprised there's not video of this.
I didn't know if there was or not.
Oh, wait, I think I might. No, I don't see any video. Maybe they had the.
So the Hospitals of Regina Foundation have issued public apologies along the lines of everybody's entitled to their opinions, but this isn't really what we were looking for in this. But again, this is not a Rob Schneider problem. This is an organization problem for these places that apparently aren't digging into what Rob Schneider's current stand-up is. I mean, he's known because of SNL and the Sandler movies and all that. He's a known commodity. But I just can't believe at this point, that they're not hip to what's going on with him.
Right.
So, and everybody's like, oh, Rob Schneider, he's whatever. Okay, that's fine, but it's still your fault, right? He might not be everybody's cup of coffee, but
you got to know who you're booking, and you got to know
what
they're going to do.
who you're booking,
yeah.
and his style now, there is an audience for that, right? Him, Jim Brewer, I think they're funny people, but they're over on that Fox News thing now. And so they're up whining about trans people and screaming about woke and, all the buzzwords, all the right-wing buzzwords. When he was jeered at the last one he got kicked off was a Republican networking event in April. And this is what I'm talking about. Even if it's a partisan-ish room, that's not what they want on stage. Because half the room is pretending they don't think that stuff's funny, and the other half doesn't think it's funny. After he lost that last gig a couple of months ago, he tweeted that the organization that booked him were pussies because they didn't laugh at his Korean whorehouse jokes. Oh, God, I love it. Anyway. But yeah, if you follow, let's say you are a Rob Schneider fan. You know what he's about now. I don't know when that turn happens with some artists, or maybe they just hit it for a long time. I don't know when that happens. His wife is a Latina, which doesn't necessarily mean anything, but I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, he's not
half Filipino.
Yeah, it's not like, and not everybody, who's Latina or Latino thinks the same way. That they are actually much more conservative culturally. But
there was a Mexican family from California that moved to Idaho because they wanted to be around more conservatives, and then they moved right back to California because they're like, they were real racist.
Yes,
they were really.
That's why people have they not seen what's happening in Idaho? Like, people are not doing. This is not a vacation. They moved. Their family. They're like, oh, our kids. Because I think he's like Latino and the wife is white or something, but they have mixed kids. And in Idaho, any shade darker than eggshell, he's like, oh, my kids were getting mocked at school and blah, blah, blah. It's been a rough week for Republicans who aren't white and straight. Just like every other week for Republicans who aren't white and straight. In Colorado, all the log cabin Republicans, I still can't figure that out, but okay.
Right.
Gay Republicans are aghast that the state GOP is like, it's time to burn all the pride flags. So gay Republicans are like, wait, what? They don't like us. It's that illusion of inclusion. Yeah, so this poor family, it's hard to laugh at them, which a lot of people are doing. They're dunking all over them, but you're still moving your whole family, right? We wanted to get out of California to get away from all the liberal politics. Okay, fine. A lot of people want to do that. A lot of people moved to Texas for the same reason, and then they got there and they go, oh my God, this is not what I'm looking for, and they went back to California. So this family who went to Idaho, they put this all over TikTok.
Yeah.
And, and it's the guy's got 2 little daughters. I mean, you see where they're coming from. They were living in L.A., and they moved to Idaho in 2021. And they're like, yeah, we would have had to have acted a very different way to stay in Idaho. They were there for 3 years, and they're like, we're going back home because our daughters weren't getting treated well. And so, yeah, I understand people that might have more conservative values, but that's not what people are talking about anymore. They're talking about all this dumb crap with burning pride flags and things that don't affect you at all. In places like Idaho, I mean, man, there's a lot of like white power groups and they're dug in. They're entrenched. I know we have them here, but, Idaho is pretty wild. So, yeah, that whole family, they're like, we're going back to Cali. And hopefully they'll be happier. It's more expensive, but, all that glitters is not gold. But if you got 2 little kids and you're like, yeah, we don't feel good about them here in school. All right, I got a break here. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is showing up in a minute. That's how we begin the weekend around these parts. So gird your loins for that one. And we'll be back. Isn't LL Cool J in the Rock Hall? Because of this rock music he does? Is that why he's...
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio.
LGBTQ plus movement, many of whom are people of color, are still here and refuse to be invisible. Visit sageusa.org.
iHeartRadio and P&G are proud to support SAGE through Can't Cancel Pride.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Who needs broadcasting awards?
I like the sound of my own voice award.
When you've won World's Sexiest and 5 years in a row.
And the winner is
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got the Bill Squire Friday Get Down minutes away. On Fridays, that is how we get the weekend underway in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS. I like to think of it as continuing a fine tradition that was gone for many years, and then we resurrected it and foisted it back onto Northeast Ohio in an actually listenable capacity.
Much shorter, at least.
Yes.
It's like 10 minutes long.
It's shorter by about 14 and a half minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Guardians are in Miami. One of the games got rained out in that Royals run there, so they split that series. But they'll play the Marlins tonight at 7:10. So shortly after we get out of here, 6:40 is when that pregame will begin. They'll play them tomorrow night, and then Sunday afternoon, they'll come back up to Cincinnati for a couple of games against the Reds, and then up to Toronto to play the Blue Jays. They'll be back mid-month to host the Mariners at Progressive Field. And you'll hear all the action of your Cleveland Guardians on WMMS and the iHeartRadio app. Hold on. Oh, I was going to burp. Sorry. Oh, boy. I'll tell you what. It felt too good to be true when I mentioned it the first time around that among the 50 restaurants that the Red Lobster Company was closing, that not one of them was in Ohio. It was unbelievable. And yet it has finally come to our door.
Oh, no.
Red Lobsters.
Why you got to end the day this way?
I want to prepare people for the weekend. They might require them changing their plans. They initially released that list of 48 restaurants in 21 states. And
I knew it was too good to be true. We didn't get Flava Flav here to help us out.
Yeah, no, nope. The company's based out of Orlando, and they have, when they reported their assets, it was pretty much equal to their liabilities. Although, what a range. Their reported assets between $1 and $10 billion. Boy, there's a lot of wiggle room there. And, boy, when they get into that forensic accounting. No wonder these companies are going out of business with amazing bookkeeping like that. Hey, what are our assets? I'd say between $1 and $10 billion. What are our liabilities? I'd say between $1 and $10 billion. So the closures are finally coming for Ohio. They have just dropped, because that initial spate of restaurants, they go, well, let's see what this does. It's not like overnight their fortunes are going to change, but they get to fire a lot of people, and that's ultimately what they're looking for so that the venture capitalists can, pluck whatever meat is left off the bones and then leave the whole thing for dead. But the new list of proposed closings includes Ohio. They're looking at a lot more restaurants they're going to close in a whole bunch of states, including Ohio. Locally, they're looking to close the one at South Park Mall in Strongsville, South Park Center, whatever that is.
Oh, man, that was my go-to.
And the one on Day Drive there in Parma by the old Parmatown Mall.
And that one, too.
Yep. Those are the two in Northeast Ohio. The other ones are Dayton, Findlay, Maumee, New Philly, and Toledo. So I guess we ducked a bullet for a little bit. They're also going to be closing Red Lobsters there in the North Hills if you're one of our Pittsburgh listeners up there on McKnight Road, South Carolina, North Carolina. They're closing the Red Lobster in the Bronx and the one in Times Square. That's on the new list here, is the Times Square Red Lobster, which, of course, I mean, has been a beacon for travelers.
That's why people go to New York City. It's like a Red Lobster at Times Square.
Bubba Gump Shrimp Company and the M&M's building and
a lot of people are
Red
going to be canceling
Lobster.
their trips now. It's like, what's the point of going to New York City if you can't go to Red Lobster?
People coming from near and far to New York City to check out Red Lobster. They've heard of the fine regional cuisine, and they want to taste it for themselves.
New York City.
And Louisville, and, I mean, we've got a lot of listeners in these places. Locally, doesn't really matter to you if they're going to close a Red Lobster in Topeka. But for our bureau chiefs in Topeka, that's a big blow. Michigan City, Indiana. Kokomo, Indiana. You know, that's what the Beach Boys sang about, was the Red Lobster in Kokomo. Come on, I want to take you.
To Bermuda.
Yeah. Bourbonnais, Illinois. That's downstate. That's where the Bears training camp is. And Champaign, Illinois. That's where the University of Illinois is. So those college kids are not going to have Red Lobster to kick around any longer.
I got to go get some equipment out at Guitar Center.
Mm-hmm.
And that's in North Olmsted.
Mm-hmm.
And there's still a Red Lobster out there. So maybe I'll make a little trip of it where I go to Red Lobster.
Boy, you better, because that one's going to get the axe next. I mean, they don't have much more to cut. So you got to say it like Dick, though, the Guitar Center.
The Guitar Center.
Yeah. I went over into the Guitar Center.
And get some mic stands and speaker stands.
That's right.
But I'll come. How about that?
Yeah, you will, bud.
Ah! So I guess we put it off as long as we possibly could. We had collectively nothing to do with it, but the company that runs Red Lobster, of course, because they're based in Orlando, the lion's share of these closures are in Florida. There's a couple dozen that they want to close in Florida. But again, there's only so many more that you can close before they're all done. And that's probably the end game. Maybe they were, the whole time they were planning to do this in phases. I don't know. I don't know what a manageable number of restaurants would be. So 7 of them total in Ohio.
I imagine it's just based more on which ones are profitable and which ones are making money.
But I wasn't under the impression that any of them were profitable.
They got to be making some.
I guess. I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know either. So something to consider, I guess. But it's a brave new world. Oh, let me throw this one at you.
All righty.
Speaking of Florida, a guy who was eating breakfast with his wife, his colon exploded. He had just had abdominal surgery, but his doctors insisted that he was fine. He was healed up. His incision was in no danger of causing him any problems. And so he and his wife were eating breakfast. And he coughed and sneezed at the same time.
Ooh.
Now, this has happened to all of us before, so you know what that does there to your core, right?
Yeah.
But under normal circumstances, nothing bad's going to happen. This guy, a 63-year-old guy who had recently had abdominal surgery, this happened to him, and his colon exploded, causing his intestines to exit
the
wound. He told his wife that he noticed a wet sensation followed by a sharp pain.
That's another Beach Boys song, right?
In excess.
Wet sensation.
Wet sensation. Followed by a sharp pain when he lifted his shirt to see what the dilly-yo. He said he saw several inches of bowel sticking out of his wound. He goes, hey, there's a pancakes I just ate. Hey, look at that. Hey, there's a fried egg.
Oof. That's
His
a
wife,
bad day. First of all, like, it doesn't feel good when you sneeze and cough at the same time because it's like you want to do one or the other. You don't want to do both. But when you do it so bad that it's like a super hernia.
Yeah.
That's,
yeah.
What a bad day.
A literal colon blow.
Mm-hmm.
How many bowls of your oat bran cereal would it take to equal the fiber content of one bowl of colon blow?
2.
Guess again.
3.
A little higher.
4.
Keep trying.
5.
No, you'll have to do better than that.
7.
Guess again.
8.
We'll give you one more guess.
9.
Not even close. It would take over 30,000 bowls. To eat that much oat bran, you'd have to eat 10 bowls a day every day for 8.5 years.
Wow! I think I get the picture!
Oh, colon blow. But this guy wasn't eating high-fiber cereal. He was at having a, what is that called? The Wham Bam Thank You Ma'am? What's the thing called? The Denny's?
Grand Slam?
No, is it a Grand Slam? Moon over my hammy?
There's Moon over my hammy. There's Grand Slam.
I'm thinking it was Wham Bam Thank You Ham or something. Yeah, so his wife immediately calls the ambulance. Paramedics said they observed his wound. It was a 3-inch opening with large amounts of bowel protruding. This was if you are watching the live stream, this was the patient case report description. The right, of course, depicts his incision, but the left was when the bowel was protruding. His intestines were sticking their heads out to see what was going on. He was immediately rushed to the hospital. When you sue the hospital for that happening in the first place, they're like, hey, you're fine. And then you go, not only was I not fine, what'd you use, Elmer's glue? I mean, surgical staples are no small thing. And they couldn't even hold up against that. He was in the hospital for 6 days. And then he went home, and he was fine. A rare but serious complication of surgery is called disembowelment. You know, like they used to do in the Middle Ages and the Crusades on purpose. Yeah. So this guy, it's not unprecedented, obviously, but they do consider coughing a prominent risk factor in a situation like this. So you're sitting there and you're just trying to have some breakfast. Oh, honey, this is good. I'm so glad that surgery is behind me and I'm healing as I should. And then achoo and cough. And, you know, because you can get into, depending on the situation, you can get into like a chain of coughs.
Yeah.
And then invariably,
or like that sneeze.
There'll be I'm sorry, a chain of sneezes,
yeah.
and then there'll be a cough in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're coughing and sneezing, and all of a sudden your bowels are on the outside. And then you're like, oh, what's this going to cost me?
Yeah, of course. He's like, check.
Yeah.
Waitress, can we get the check?
Or they're like, sir, we're going to have to ask you to leave. We have it's not a dress code, but we do prefer that bowels stay inside your body.
Yeah. We have a non-visible bowel policy. Mm-hmm. Could you imagine she calls out the manager and she's screaming at the guy and he's trying to get the ambulance over there and she doesn't care. Mm-hmm. She's like, I need to flip this table. So can you guys please take care of this? Honey, do you have any cash? He's got one hand. He's holding his bowels in, and she's going through her purse. You'll not be getting a tip from us, thank you very much.
He's like, hey, can we wrap this up to go? I need a doggy bag.
Yeah. I've got bowels hanging out of me, but I need a doggy bag. After he noticed his internal organs were coming out of his abdomen, he quickly covered the injury with his shirt and was going to drive himself to the hospital. But his wife thought that it might exacerbate the injury. So she called 911.
She couldn't drive?
That is a perfect that is a perfect snapshot, though, of a guy and his wife. A guy goes, I'll just drive myself. This is fine, honey.
Yeah, you don't want to pay the $4,000 or whatever it is for ambulance.
Yeah. I'll just hold my bowels in. How about that?
Just hold it in.
And I'll get us there. The ambulance got there in 4 minutes.
That's good. That's probably faster than they got their entrees.
Yeah. They're wheeling him out, and the waitress is just walking up with their, who's going to eat all these hash browns? They said that even though his shirt was soaked with bodily fluid, paramedics did notice that there was minimal bleeding.
That's good.
Yeah. Listen, that's glass half full. Never having faced such an injury, the paramedic was not quite sure what to do. But she said she did know that the intestines need to be kept moist. So she covered them in saline and wrapped gauze around his abdomen before taking. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know what kind of extensive, I have a friend who's a firefighter and an EMT, and they do get extensive training. But you don't even need that to realize that, yes, intestines need to be kept moist.
Keep them. They're like turtles.
Yeah. Hey, keep them under a heat lamp. Yeah. Keep them on the inside. Make sure they're moist. Hey, do you have a spray bottle back there or anything?
Mm-hmm.
It's got.
It's like when they're transporting whales, they got the hose going.
Yep, the little harness and the hose. Hey, do you have a tiny harness for
some bowels? And
yep.
Yeah.
He's taking the little Smucker's jelly things and spreading it to keep. I got to keep these moist. All I've got is orange juice over here and hot coffee. But yeah, he went to the hospital. He's there for a few days and no further complications.
Oh, that's good.
That's good news.
But you're never going to trust a sneeze again.
No. Or a fart or anything. I wonder what would happen if he had sneezed, coughed, and farted at the same time. Maybe they would have gone another way.
Yeah. He probably would have died.
He's dead. What happened to Grandpa? You don't want to know.
He snarted himself to death.
Yeah. his bowels came out. Make that his epitaph on his headstone. All right, you want to start the weekend,
Let's start
Bill?
the weekend.
All right, that's how we get the weekend going around these parts of Bill Squire. Friday Get Down in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS. Take it away, William.
It's Friday! And you got to get down on Friday. Watch your sneezing and your coughing. You want to blow your bowels out your belly. You want to get to Red Lobster and celebrate the weekend the right way with all-you-can-eat shrimp. Red Lobster, Red Lobster, Red Lobster. It's Friday! That is not an endorsement.
And no, he's not being paid to say that, by the way.
Just get there while you can.
That's right. While you still have an opportunity. Unless you've recently had major surgery, then make sure it's not going to blow any bowels out. Okay, there it is.
We did it.
Weekend is underway. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down, right there. Let me take a break here. I want to get the last word in. Send me a text, 35192. Guardians pregame is minutes away. They start up against the Marlins shortly after 7 o'clock tonight down there in Miami.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights on one stage.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and more.
Never seen before collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe.
Tickets go on sale Friday, June 14th.
But starting June 12th at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet?
Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
This is 3-time Pro Bowler Sean Merriman. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by NOPEC.
The Browns now have their entire 2024 draft class locked in on rookie contracts after defensive tackle Mike Hall Jr. signed on the dotted line. Guardians enter today's series opener in Miami against the Marlins with the second-best mark in the